Okay, so to answer Ryan's inquiry, yes, I did forget that technically Ryan is a third channel mod, but Ryan's a mod in the same way that, like, you know, in the same way that, like, Nightbot is a person that can receive gift subs. It's like, yeah, technically, but also, you know, it's a bit of a transient role. Anyway, hello. Hello, everyone. I'm a bit more in comfy mode today. Hello, hello. Let me make sure to turn the volume down. Oh, so I'm a robot? No, you're a phantom. Teehee. Anyway, not just news, but news. Oh my god, sorry. I'm so late, by the way. I was getting the spaghetti, which is ravioli. And also, my desk is just filled to the brim with Pokemon cards. I'm sorry to announce that I went to a real-life game trading card place and bought singles of Pokemon cards because I am a collector now. Or, I'm a collector in that I think they're pretty. And it's really interesting seeing these grown men like ask me like, oh, like what kind of like cards are you looking for in particular? And I'm like, the pretty ones. So there was a 4 for $10 like pick your own, and I was able to. I picked 2 that were actually relatively valuable, and then 2 that I just like the illustrations of. So the first one. It's this Applin illustration, and I love the full art, by the way. I think there's something so gorgeous about it, and you can't quite tell, but it's holographic as well. There's something like I'm not going to play the card game by all means, but I just like looking at it, you know? I would absolutely, and also I had to give my love to my girl Candace, and this card is actually worth like a good $3-4. So it's not that bad, but also Candace is one of my like favorite gym leader designs because it's so simple, but I like it. This one's actually I think is not actually valued at a lot, but I like the art. This one is the Dean one, and there's just something about the pop art style that's very cute to me. It's very striking, it's very colorful, and I was like, yeah. And the last one, because I'm a Gen 3er, and my man Wallace is in the background, is a melodic. Look at him. Very cool. Very nice. Honestly, if you ask me, would you rather just pay for a cool card up front rather than search through decks and get it by chance? I'm like, I will just pay for it up front. And also, this was $5, but it's actually on the market as like $5.50, so in a way, you could say I got a profit. But this Mantike, I got this for like $5. Look how fucking pretty it is. This is literally our stream aesthetic, like right now. Look at that. Look at this little guy. Hell yeah. Listen, I have a feeling that both my brother and the men at the trading card store were a little disappointed in me because I do not play competitively, but what can I say? I just like having a little thing that's pretty, and I had some personal value to it. I collected the cards when I was younger, never figured out how to play, and I'll continue not to know. I collected them when I was younger too. It's one of those things that just kind of sprung back up as an adult. But I got do what you want with the money you earned. Please look up Yuka Mori. She's my favorite Pokemon card artist. Ooh, I follow like a good number of Pokemon card artists online. Oh, Yuka Mori's the one who did the little clay ones back in the day. Oh, I had some of these. I remember the Lillipup and the Blossom. Oh, that's so good. And the Dittos. I remember the Dittos. Very nice. It's crazy to think that the cards I had back in the day that were like battle-wise useless are now extremely valuable. Very strange. Anyway, the only thing I want to start off with to start the stream is Royal Wildfire is in the stream booth, so we are ready. Also, I'm just seeing Sunny's memes in the Chromas in the corner. Very nice. I can't emphasize enough that when people talk about the thing I made, I'm like, oh my god, acknowledgement. Anyway, let's go to gamer. Actually, no. Let's stay on big, and roll wildfire. I'm going to post a special thing in stream chat that is for you. It's devoted to you, my friend Roll Wildfire, because actually, you know what? It's better if we're talking live for this. If you're available to talk right now, Roll Wildfire. Hello? Hello, hello? Hi? Hello? Hold on, actually. I have to synchronize Chrome to the appropriate thing. But okay, try again now. It's not at the right. It's not picking you up. What the fuck? What the fuck? Hold on. Chrome, Discord, stream chat. Okay, there we go. No. I can hear you now.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Can you do the Mickey Mouse impression? Okay, so roll wildfire. Obviously you can hear me directly, and stream is getting it like, you know, with a delay. But I wanted to be the first one to let you know that yesterday, you know, it was a good stream. It was a good productive art stream. We had a few familiar raids, but for context, Peehee raided us, and then I had to tell them right off the bat, like, hey, thanks for raiding us. I don't know if Peehee's here. Thanks for raiding us. Unfortunately, you know, we're a wildfire, won't be here for the next couple of Saturdays because of this. And then Peehee was like, well, firstly, it was very sassy of them because they said hi to Eldritch and Rain with like the caps, and then said, "Oh, hi, Sang," and I was like, "Oh my god!" And it was just the most. And then after they heard that you would not be here, I was like, "Whoa, like what the fuck do you want?" And they said, "I would like a raid refund." I'm like, "Bitch, what do you want me to do? You want me to like do a Toy Story style, like have an arm off the side of the screen and be like, hey, I'm Royal Wildfire. I'm gonna like, I'm actually totally here." And then someone suggested I actually do that, and that led to a very lengthy bit where I will give you the end result of the bit in stream chat. This is a collaborative effort from everyone with love. So the long and the short of it is that you ran from wherever you were in the States to where I was, and because you heard the call of hot men outside my apartment, you jumped out the window down several floors and broke certain limbs, which is why Rain decided to draw man tits in the card. Otherwise it would be very inappropriate. But yes, this is a card so that you would recover well. I picked the card myself.
What the fuck is this? This is so awesome. I love this. Thank you, everyone. My recovery went well.
Yeah, and it was actually really intense because you can always watch the VOD later. But I was like,
I'm gonna need to watch the VOD for this.
I still have. Yeah, but like I put the card in stream chat and people were putting their like signatures in, and then I was like, wait a minute, Roll Wildfire can see stream chat. Oh no, that's gonna take it away. And so I deleted like the card and the signatures like right before you commented "just fell to my knees," and I was like, woo, that was a close one.
Damn.
Yeah. Anyway, hello. Hello, my friends.
Hello, Sangled and chat. What the fuck? I'm gonna laugh about. I'm fucking downloading this. This is staying in my computer forever.
Yeah.
Save image as.
It was a collaborative process.
Gotta put that in art for me.
Art for me. It is.
Art for me. Art for me. Get better soon.
Oh yeah, I wrote Happy Pride because you were run over by two men with scooters because it's Maryland. But they actually fell in love at the hospital. So it was actually it was a really touching scene.
Oh shit. This is so fucking stupid. Oh, I love it. Thank you, everyone.
Yay! Also, how was band?
Oh, guys, it was so good. Okay, so something for you all to know about the school that I am the drumline instructor for is that in the grand scheme of things, with like a lot of other marching bands around in the area, we are a very new marching band because a lot of marching bands get their start like 20 to 30 years ago, more or less. Some of them have even gotten their start like 50 to 100 years ago. The marching band that I am working for is like in terms of like going to competitions and stuff, it is 2017. 18,
it's like that episode in SpongeBob where Squidward tries to impress Squilliam by saying he has a marching band. You're Squidward.
Yes, yeah. I'm Squidward. Our marching band, competition-wise, is not even a decade old yet. So, like, we still have ways to go with, like, building up that band culture, but we're already doing really well.
Yay!
And the last competition that we went to, we got first, but there is the unfortunate caveat that we were the only ones in our division for that competition, so it's kind of first by default. This competition that we just went to, however, we go, the kids play their little hearts out. We don't even have like our full show finished yet. We've just finished writing, like rearranging the music for the third movement, and we're gonna get that to the kids probably tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, actually, the like winds and brass part of it, that was done. It was just the percussion part because the person who writes our music knows how to do like wind instruments and brass instruments and stuff like that. No idea how to write percussion. No idea how to write percussion stuff. So I'm like, all right, I'll take a crack at it. So we had to do a lot of like finagling around with like programs and stuff. But anyways, all that aside, we go, the kids play their little hearts out, we come back. Wait, we don't come back. We like go back into like the stands, we watch the rest of the bands, and then we have our drum majors get ready for the awards, and like the kids are coming down there, there they go, and it's like, all right. And the last competition that we were at, where we got first by default, we got a final score of 71.
Out of?
And so like our out of 100.
Okay.
Yeah. We're doing pretty well for not having our full show on the ground, I guess is what you would call it. On the field. There we go.
As opposed to in the air. Yes.
Yes. The only things that go in the air are the flags and the rifles and the sabers sometimes.
And cheerleaders.
Yeah. Well, cheerleaders aren't part of marching band. For like the competitions at least. But yeah. So we got a 71 at our last competition, and the announcer starts like saying who got what place and whatever. And I'm sitting with the color guard instructor. The band director went off to go like make sure the children were okay and getting there in time. So we were just chilling there in the spectator section, and the announcer's like, in fourth place with a score of 72 point whatever, immediately I was thinking like, oh, okay, we increased our score by 1 point. That's not that much, but like we still increased. And then they said a school that wasn't ours, and I was like, oh, guys, we didn't get last. Woo! Then they said in third place with a score of 72 point whatever. We're like, okay, still increased by 1 point. They said a school that wasn't ours. I was like, wait a minute. And like me and the guard instructor are looking between each other. We're like, huh? Hold on. And in second place with a score of 73 point whatever, thinking the same thing, like, okay, increased by 2 points. That's not that bad. They say a school that isn't ours. I'm like, and me and the guard instructor are like, holy shit, did we just get first place? And we did, with a score of 75.3 whatever. Oh my god.
Let's fucking go!
I'm so proud of the children.
Oh, the children! Oh, is that the first time they've won, like, first place?
I don't know if it's the first time, but it's the first time this season, at the very least. I don't know about the other years where I wasn't here and the current band director wasn't here. I know that last season we didn't get first place for anything. So this is our first time getting first place with this band director.
Hell yeah!
So, woo! Yippee! 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 Relative icicle. What?
Oh, there was a bot. Like, for some reason, we got like a couple bots yesterday, and their names weren't like having stretches of numbers afterwards. It's adjective noun. And you know, I have a weakness for usernames that are adjective noun. So I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
It kind of bangs, not gonna lie. Anyway, are you ready, my friend?
I am ready.
Alright. Last time we left off,
into the All Might voice.
The beginning of chapter. Oh my god, I just realized the height difference? Jesus. Why is the judge such a fucking unit? Like, even the way he's standing is like, oh, like, sir.
Man's is stanced. Alrighty. Hello, Suzato. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you've arrived safe and sound.
Oh yeah, I voiced both these motherfuckers. I forgot about that. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here.
Oh, no, not at all. It's my... Eldritch saying I need him digging my claws into my thighs. Yeah.
The last chapter or two. So... Remember the... Oh, what the...
Okay, so, Safi, we can definitely do that. Also, Eldritch saying you can see the definition through his suit. Okay, so I'm not the only one who will see these 3D artworks and be like, why are the pecs, like, you know, so emphasized through the shadows? Like, it's not just me. It's not just me. But, would you like to give a summary, or where? Or would I?
We can, like, both do it, because I'm sure with our combined powers of remembering, which are bad, we can figure something out. So, the last chapter, we were dealing with the dude called Albert Hairbrain, who made a something bullshit
something quantum teleportation machine. Yes.
Yeah. It's an instantaneous kinesis machine, and the person who was the test person to like be instantaneously kinesed over to somewhere, to the Crystal Tower, which is at the heart of the Great Exhibition, which we've been seeing in the background. Oh!
No, it's there. I clicked off, sorry.
Yeah, we'll just keep on history for now. Literally, what was I saying? Right! The person... the Crystal Tower that's the heart of the Great Exhibition that we've been seeing for a few chapters now, even all the way back in like the first game. The dude who was in there is Mr. Odie Asman, who is a rich asshole, essentially, is all you need to know about him, because that motherfucker is dead. He got instantaneous kinesis, I say with the most quotation marks that I can verbally make clear. But he was instantaneous kinesis over to the Crystal Tower, and a lot of things went wrong with that, and he ended up having a broken neck and a wound in his chest where his heart is.
Yes.
And so the whole thing was like, okay, so Albert fucking stabbed this man with Andrew the Screwdriver, because yes, the Screwdriver has a name because he's a freak like that. And the fall from the instantaneous kinesis broke his neck.
Sorry, that's a new bot that's on our that I just saw in chat. Jesus Christ. Sorry, these usernames are really good. You continue.
Real. But yeah. So, and obviously we have to disprove that, because there's no way that this silly little man who just wants to be a scientist so bad so that he can get some money for his scientific endeavors, because he is a student and he broke his hip.
Yeah.
Which, real, brother.
So we do end up defending Hairbrain and arguing that he couldn't have killed him, because the whole argument that the way he died would mean that he was successfully kinesis, which does not exist. And I guess the long and the short of it is that it was an elaborate ploy, like a stage trick. The engineer who set up the kinesis machine to make it seem like the man traveled from one end to the other, but he was actually trying to blackmail the coroner who had like a connection with him, and he was like trying to make it seem like, hey, I need you to make it look like this guy died over here, and you need to like take care of this. So in a way, it was the coroner who covered up the death and admitted to basically killing him, when it turns out that he didn't die instantly when dropping from the display. Also, we saw Kazuma, which is pretty sweet. The apprentice was like Kazuma or whatever, and we found out that the big scary murderer from 6 years ago who killed a bunch of people, including Van Zieks' brother, was Kazuma's father, a Japanese man.
And yes, that's why he's so racist against Japanese people.
That's why he's so racist. It's okay, he's better
racist.
Now.
Is he?
And anyway, now we're here, because the whole Kazuma being alive and being like covered up by like the government or whatever is really sus. So, Susano's dad, Mikatoba, and the judge being over will hopefully help to answer some questions we have about why things were so, secretive and whatnot.
I assume that's the judge who was talking, so...
Yes, I think it is.
We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know? The news has crossed the seas.
It has?
I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much.
Who is this man? Me too, Rinosuke. Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before? Radiant Rose is saying, oh, hi, Mikatoba. Well, at least there's someone for everyone, you know?
Hell yeah. I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seshiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes.
A firm tap? What?
Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I forgot how, Like, what? Like, you can hear, like, the soft slap of the gavel on his hand. Like, why? Anyway, Eldritch took the words right out of my mouth. Daddy pulled out his hammer. Yeah.
Guilty!
Oh, you're...
Dunk! Why were you outlining his lips?
Oh, was I?
Sang-
Sorry.
Yeah. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Your Excellency!
Hello, Judge Shigoku. How are you? It's been a long time.
Goku? Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Dang! Guilty! Oh, he's a silly man.
Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time.
So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I.
Oh, yes, we did establish last stream that there were 3 foreign exchange students sent by the Japanese government over to Britain. That was Kazuma's dad, the murderer, Susato's dad, and the judge. So they're here again.
Yeah, they've returned. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though, really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seshiro? What are you talking about, Eugen?
Why are they on like a first name basis with each other? Are they lovers or something? Anyway, of course,
Hey,
Judge
no.
Shigoku, he must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Oh, thanks for summing it up, Ryunosuke. He's the
Nice.
3rd visiting scholar.
That's me. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Maybe he should have the All Might
Sorry?
voice. He's doing the All Might laugh all
Ministerial
the time.
status?
Yes, didn't you know? Seshiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this studies tour. Guilty as charged!
Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks.
Ah, yes, now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday.
Oh, you did?
It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy.
Yes. Could you tell us any more about it?
Hell yeah, dialogue options!
Hell yeah! So, how was the voyage here?
Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ayo.
Ah, seaman.
Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris.
The city of love?
We did, yes. Though only for one night.
A night of passion?
One night is all it takes. And yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Dover? Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow.
It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father.
Trying to figure out how to differentiate their voices, because as I'm doing them, they feel the same.
You can with Mikatoba, you can make him more like stern and proper, while with Seishiro is like, oh, like bellowing, I guess, because he feels like he has a big presence.
Yeah. It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to integrate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen! You were close friends with a professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back.
Are they talking about John Wilson, the professor of forensic science? Oh.
Probably.
Oh. Never mind. Kazuma's father. Thanks for letting me know, Rinosuke.
Thank you.
Alright, anyway, let's talk about him.
So about him.
The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he?
That's correct. Genshin Impact. Genshin
Hey,
Asogi.
yo! No wonder he was evil! We should have known!
Oh, shit. Damn.
You could have said that he really made an impact in British
joke.
Society.
Shut the fuck up. But also...
Hell yeah.
Considering I made the exact same joke.
Genshin.
Impact.
You know, I presume, father?
Safi says we must defeat Genshin Impact. That is the conceit of the rest of this game.
It's okay, he's already been defeated, we did it. Yes, he was a close friend at the time. He was part of the Polycule! Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland.
But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts.
Oh, why? Please, call me Impact. Genshin was my father.
As you know, What are you...
Hi!
Why are you moving?
I love a man with crossed arms. Hello.
As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then, one day, he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there.
Do you think
Before he got colonized.
he wanted to come here and investigate his father's death?
I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Gentrified is the word I was looking for. It couldn't come to mind.
Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually.
Oh? What?
Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
Oh, they're surprised?
What? That's news to us!
So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Alright, interesting. I assumed that they were all in on it. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January.
The voyage?
But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive? And here in London, you say? My boy! My son! I never
son?
dared even to dream it. My son! Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now!
Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia? Thank God the amnesia plotline didn't last that
Yeah,
long.
thank Christ. I don't love it when it's used in plots, but when we first came across him here again in
Yeah.
London, he didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only regained his memory 8 days ago. Actually, we streamed
This
like...
is unbelievable.
Sorry to interrupt. We streamed
Oh,
like
hey.
almost 8 days ago, so you know what? This is good. This was planned.
We did it! Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. How dare you not tell me that my son is alive?
I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? Anyway, how's Britain?
That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Eugen here, Genshin Isugi, and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you.
16 years ago, things were tough for their generation.
Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me.
He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground.
Ugh, no more talk about braves.
Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons.
Not my cup of tea at all.
Did we establish that he was working at the same place where fucking Enoch Drebber found the guy?
Is that what they're implying?
Yeah, because
He
Where-
went to
where
do
was it?
research at a
he
great
went to do
London
research at a
hospital.
great London hospital. No. Eerie place sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground.
Okay. Huh, I think we're just learning about this
Hey.
now. Like, this is
let's
supposed to be
fucking
learned.
go. They- Okay. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then of course in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. I had to defend my boo.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause. He was a lost cause, sadly.
Me when they do a racism for the 8th time. Sorry, this is a serious moment. I can't take the word Genshin seriously.
Me neither. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long.
I'd call for the porter then. Just wait here.
Damn, Susato, shuffle. Susato-san's gone off at a run.
I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow.
Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck.
Japanese silence. Naruhodo, I'm front-facing now, you know it's serious. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her, as you obviously have been.
Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Oh my god!
Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I thoroughly let her down.
Yeah. Sorry? What do you mean?
Japanese silence. Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born.
Yes, I heard.
The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too.
Oh, yes. Susato-san hinted at something like that.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seshiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London.
Men.
So, that's what happened in a nutshell. I love Old Man Yui. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say.
I completely understand, Professor.
I thought he was going to say something, and then I realized, oh wait, that's not how that sentence was supposed to be said. Whatever. One other thing, Naruhodo. I'm facing forward again. It's even more serious. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you.
Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you?
Well, the thing is,
I'm sorry it
It's
took
this
so
motherfucker
long.
again!
Holy shit, it's the guy from the other case! Miss Susato.
Now then, allow us to take your bags.
Allow me to take your bags!
Was it the horseshoe guy? Because I think the mustache reminds me of the horseshoe shape. Is he the horseshoe guy?
Yeah, this is the guy. I think he was the third
He was a
the
jury
first
member.
game?
Yeah.
Yeah. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir! That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe? Quite right, sir! Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir! Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. British silence. Yes, of course!
Yay! Oh! It's okay, Naruhodo. Your boobs are just as big as his. Or just as special. Oh, Eldritch says he's Beppo's boss. Yes. Oh, Beppo reference.
Yeah!
Anyway.
I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think.
Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something. He was facing me into the front and everything.
Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us.
Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about...
Jones will have some delicious...
Hell yeah.
I'm not gonna finish that. Continue.
More and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. You know.
Take a look at the lobby.
Take a look at the lobby.
That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay.
Oh, so do you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there?
Yes, I'm sure it must be.
I'd love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like.
If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland.
True. London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Okay. Luggage. Look at those cases just left there on the trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am. Me too, Ryunosuke.
Haven't you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything.
Ah, so it's a trap, designed to catch any chancers who might be tempted. I like that he just has a flask with him.
Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now, do you suppose? Well,
oh, sorry, that was the estrogen. Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now, do you suppose?
well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothing.
Not everyone clad in black is some sort of ninja with the intent to steal, you know.
My clothing is blue now anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know why I don't know why we were in our Japanese garb for the picture.
I mean, it would be difficult. I think the outfits are like a DLC thing, so it's kind of a special bonus. I'm sure the game can accommodate for everything.
Yeah, 100%. I was just making fun.
Yeah. Have you seen all those sparkling jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that.
Every single
According
gem.
to my research,
See? I can
no,
see
they didn't.
it.
It's called a chandelier, I believe. It is designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this.
So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room?
It's probably electric light bulbs that actually are throwing the light.
If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scraping on the floor.
I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Damn.
Yo, broke ass.
Ryunosuke has some whimsy in his life. It makes him a little dumb, but that's okay. Look at that. It's a picture of the Great Crystal Tower.
Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways.
You sounded so British with the I wonder how tall it is.
Really? Oh, thank you.
Yes.
I try. There's a 20-meter tall chimney on the bathhouse near my lodgings at Yume University. The attendant there is always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood.
I'm sure. Did you know that over the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's over 300 meters tall?
What? How many times taller than the chimney at Yume Soken Hot Springs is that? And if that's that tall, how does it draw properly? The smoke would get stuck, surely.
I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruhodo.
I love you, Ryunosuke. You're stupid. Anyway.
He's so silly.
Alright. Let us return to the suite. I assume that's where we're supposed to go. Yep.
I don't like that I don't immediately see them. What?
You want to guess who this is? Ooh. What was that?
Twitter crying.
A man screaming in a most unflattering way.
Do you think... Could it have been Mr. Sholmes?
Oh my, I do hope not.
Oh!
What?
Okay.
What the fuck? Hell?
I've never seen these characters before, so I'm interested.
Yo, what?
I don't do it anymore!
Mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, oh?
I like that last trial, I was the French one, now you're the French one.
I get to be France.
Who are these people? Look at their hair. It's bright red.
I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes.
Right, you two, you're coming with me now, down to the clink. No, not in prison. It
The darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared.
But you're always scared of the dark.
Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next darting heist. Daring.
I don't like these. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down in the yard. Now get moving.
Where the fuck did the other one
Bye then, Ginny. Have fun.
Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you great detective.
Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Reno!
Hello, Iris. We're home.
Well, did you find your daddy?
We found a daddy, all right.
Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friends. Oh, well, that's good news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. My daddy who's alive, definitely. Living dad! I will see him. Yes. Yes, of course.
Dr. John H. Wilson.
So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man.
Oh shit. Fucking Ronald McDonald in the house. He's 2016 Markiplier now. Eldritch, you're so right, actually. Hello, everybody. My name is Sholmes, and welcome.
But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? I'm not doing the Markiplier voice. It's always something with this motherfucker. I hate him. Is something wrong, Mr. Nobuhodo?
Like the fucking eyebrows and everything. That's what really gets
yeah,
me.
he got the eyebrows too. The commitment. Do I have a crumb or such like on my face?
Not really on your face, as on your head, I'd say.
Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea.
Whatever is going on here today? He kind of looks like.
In that case, let us sit and drink now.
He kind of looks like Sylvain from Fire Emblem Three Houses right now. Honestly, if I think of it like that, it works.
For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. It's me. Sorry, guys.
Sorry to inconvenience y'all.
Sorry to inconvenience you.
Mr. Sholmes.
I would.
Who were the two gentlemen that were here before?
Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all matters of infractions.
Based?
Yeah,
when
brother.
the mood takes you?
All manner of
Goddamn,
infractions.
Sholmes, I already like you. I already like you, Sholmes. You don't need to keep selling yourself, baby girl. But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's where their luck runs out.
Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes.
But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Grexy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha! I have it! A bungler! That's the word.
It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good?
I wonder what the men did.
Did they perhaps meddle in your shampoo?
I wonder.
What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before?
Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
British silence. How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance?
The music that plays when we do the dance of deduction just started playing, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Oh well. I think I've heard talk of. Yeah, he's deducing right now. I think I've heard talk of it somewhere, possibly.
It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was nearly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops.
Wait, what? We was apes?
Indeed. And from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent!
Fucking amen, brother.
Real.
Ha. Anyway.
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Mother Two-Spells only the other day?
Pshaw, a large sum. Pshaw, he says. One potted herb for Iris, a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you, brother.
Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it.
Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem. For the coming month, at least.
And what was the answer?
Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes.
Don't tell me! Let me see.
Yeah. Humans are very sorry creatures, unable to see what it is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. Ooh, don't worry, I already have been. There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice in the end, I think.
Don't tell me you got a breast reduction surgery, King. In the end.
Oh!
Oh, even his little. Oh, the stand on the light makes it look like he has a little hair curl right there.
Oh, please look here.
It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation.
I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if the charade goes on much longer. You lied. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us...
I will now tell you something. Of the first importance, my dear fellow.
I was gonna say, it would be really funny if we had the flashback and for some reason he had the red hair then, and the game just gaslit us into thinking he always looked like that.
That'd be so funny. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. British silence.
That case aboard the SS Buria in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on?
More British silence. The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. He hadn't regained consciousness when he did. His life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew.
But how?
After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Oh shit. Then I made them swear. Fuck! To leave him unconscious and have him unlaid on the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse.
Oh, how horrible!
It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course.
But why? Why do it in the first place?
I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. For the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events.
What events?
his disappearance in Hong Kong.
Oh!
I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment.
Mr. Sholmes, admitting to something he did wrong? This
That
is
took a
really
lot out of me.
Alright.
And we're done!
Doesn't he look like the Germa pose that's like, sparkle on, it's Wednesday, be your fiercest self?
He does. Sparkle on, it's
Alright.
something.
Hey, do you want to see my badge?
Look at my armband.
Look at my badge. Mr. Sholmes, about this.
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, is this the first time you've shown me this particular trinket?
Oh, I don't remember, to be honest.
If my saying that it's a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck were to precipitate a "here we go again" from your lips, we could be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow. Deduction!
Alright, thanks, Sholmes. Anyway,
Good job, buddy.
anything?
Anyway.
No, nothing new happening back here. Oh, shit.
Ow. Yes,
Oh,
thank you,
stop it.
Ryunosuke.
Stop it! It's a pretty little tea set! It's out beautifully as ever! Look!
Well,
so
it's only
pretty.
by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea.
Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk?
Oh,
Yes.
Mr. Naruhodo, you do overthink things at times.
He just like me for real, though. I love my anxious pro tags. Anyway, let's move.
Well.
Over here.
Let's go. Lord Strongheart, what the
Oh.
fuck? What?
Why do you pose like that?
Yes.
Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard.
I see. Excellent work. Thank you.
You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeek's doing here?
My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension and deep, sexy voices in the air, wouldn't you say?
This place is stifling enough that it is. Really, we don't need any more tension. Oh,
You've been noted, woman! My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me.
oh, no,
Short as
it's
hell.
my fault for wearing black and being small, I'm sure.
From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here.
Maybe that's why Cosmo dresses in white.
Oh. Now then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord. I'm right here. I'm here. Hi.
British silence.
Oh, kill me now!
Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such perfect temperature.
If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise.
Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly.
As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam.
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands, then, Lord Van Zeeks.
I will attend at once. Woman.
Woman.
He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he?
I know, but I haven't done anything. Have I?
You were born Japanese, how
Oh
dare you!
no, I should have known.
No, he's racist again. These past few days, my feet have fairly touched the ground, I must say. Barely touched the ground. I'm having a stroke. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion.
Oh,
I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service?
Mr. Naruhodo,
Girl.
he's talking about Miss Dr. Scythe.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry about that. I'm just
Fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further.
that would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me.
Drop it. Lord Van Zieks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday.
Missing?
God damn it, Kazuma, stop
What's
going
become
missing.
of Kazuma-sama now?
I told you, he's doing his, like,
Kazuma-sama?
he's on
Who
his
the fuck is
Sasuke
that?
arc right now.
Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million.
The 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world?
Brother.
No! As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million.
I'll be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. So many big-ass words.
Hell yeah.
Dear God. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries.
Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations.
The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here, at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World.
He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something.
You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I can read your thoughts, let's not forget that.
You were thinking out loud again, young man. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It is my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So, the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions.
About that.
I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, is steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department.
And can you not do that now?
Obviously, no one wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say.
Unintended repercussions of our trial.
We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become an Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. Okay.
Anyway, where's Kazuma? About Lord Van Zieks' apprentice?
Ah, yes. That came as a surprise to me, I must say. That you and he are old friends.
How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zieks in the first place?
It came about 3 months ago now. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my!
Aboard.
So he stowed away to get here.
Now he knows what it's like. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zieks. That way I could keep an eye on him.
But then, why the mask? Why the sexy, sexy mask?
I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeeks with tiresome explanation about why he was an Eastern apprentice.
Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask?
He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zeeks. I have high hopes for his future.
By the way, do you know where he's gone?
No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. What the fuck?
Oh.
I take it you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean.
Genshin...
Asogi! It just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
It does.
What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was...
Ah yes, Genshin Asogi Impact. The Professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain.
They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon.
Oh yeah, that was the Hound of the Baskervilles. Or something.
Yeah. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither did the citizens of London.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations.
Damn, bars, Susato! At the time, I understand. Sorry.
God damn! Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the Professor's apparent cause.
What? Supporters of a mass murderer?
The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed, anyway.
Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it?
I mean, if somebody in today's world went around murdering a bunch of billionaires, I wouldn't be mad.
I mean, I'd be like, oh no! Someone better catch him before he kills that guy. That one.
It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey.
British silence.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have to say.
Alright. We're good.
Leave my presence.
Goodbye. Anything?
Goodbye.
No? Okay, let's go back to the... Let's go here for the first time. Oh.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Hello. Oh.
Yeah,
No,
it's
what
usually
to
a
do?
what to do conversation.
It's good news that Professor Mikatoba arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful. And the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me very proud to be his daughter.
Your father, Judge Jigoku, us, and Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? It's okay, Suzuki's safely in Japan. He won't come back.
Well, yes, I suppose so.
I'm never coming back there!
Oh, I miss you, Suzuki-san. Best character.
I missed her. Voice.
But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still a minority.
Susato-san's father, who came here as a visiting student 16 years ago, Kazuma, it's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. Alright. I suppose we could go back here and see if anything's changed. Hi, Sholmes. Oh my god, your fucking hair. Okay.
My hair's still red.
Back to Lord G. I'm just trying to see if there's anything...
Hello.
There's no
Why are you here?
conversations to be made. Is there anything... Nothing back here to examine.
Anybody hidden?
No. Not that I know.
I know there was still, I think, one more thing in the Waterloo Hotel that I don't think that we checked.
Oh, okay. Just think behind that desk must make you feel so important, don't you think?
Would you like to have an office like this, Mr. Naruhodo? With such a grand desk?
Who, me? No, I don't think so.
Oh?
Arr.
Well, imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing the toilet. You'd have so far to go.
Maybe there's one hidden behind the bookshelves, you don't know!
How true. Perhaps the important people who work in ostentatious offices like this haven't considered such things.
I'm going to take that as a compliment. Alright, let's check out the hotel.
It was the bell cart thingy that I don't think we
This one?
examined. No, the one... Oh, what? That didn't have a thing. That didn't have a check mark when I saw it at first. What the fuck? That I have no clue.
Alright, well...
Oh, well then.
Well then.
Um...
Interesting that we're stuck in the... There hasn't even been a murder yet. This is nice. I'm... confounded.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Shums.
Oh! 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 Oh!
Oh! Hey there!
The mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up.
I can smell him. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose.
But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself.
But isn't he your best friend?
Take the mask! Take it! Take the mask!
Take it! There's a paper there.
This looks like last week's edition.
What's that article circled in red ink there?
It's an advertisement column. It says, "To the Red-Headed League."
The Red-Headed League?
Huh.
What's that?
I
Gee,
don't
wonder.
know. I've never heard of it before, but
British silence. Is something on my face?
Clearly this has something to do with that. Lively hair. Alright. So examining was the key. But also, like, that would, like, jump
Let us
scared
take a
me.
look.
That the mask was just there out of nowhere.
Real.
Alright.
Let's
Very
take a
Phantom
look.
of the Opera, I must say. Actually.
Real.
Oh! To the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late
Get
Ezekiel Hopkins. Another vacancy open, which entitles a member of the league a sound. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind are eligible. Is that why? Is that why? I swear to fucking God.
Absolutely,
He was like,
that's why.
You're saying if it's a club for red-headed men, I get paid, you say. Oh my God.
£4 per week if I'm a redhead. Absolutely. I will take this.
Dumbass. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes.
To the Red-Headed League. Does that strike you in some way?
I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair.
British silence. So, at last you've learnt to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation.
Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. Damn, Ryunosuke.
So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits.
Regale or boast?
Regale! Let me talk some more.
So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circled?
You notice it in the paper, though. That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment.
Oh, he said the answer to the question of rent. God damn it. It was?
Yeah.
How?
According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair.
That doesn't entirely surprise me.
But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join! An unconditional salary of £4 a week! Oh my, £4 a week!
But why? What are they paying people for?
That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. Sketchy.
But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. Pink is basically pastel red after all. So will I, just on the off chance.
That might be stretching a point, I think.
The trouble
Her hair
is,
is warm black.
they have a fixed number of members, you see.
Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can.
But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away.
Sholmes when someone dies, but it's to his advantage. Yippee!
Yippee!
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes.
So he decided to try and join in his place?
Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow?
No.
So why? Why did it have to go so wrong?
What on earth happened?
A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it.
Your blunder.
Your blunder.
What did you actually
He's
do
got so
to
much
your
shit to
hair,
say.
Mr. Sholmes?
I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry.
Chemistry?
I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair aflame like red.
Like a wildfire red?
Oh shit! Sholmes, it's okay. Oh. Would you like to try it? It'll make every hair on your body perfectly crimson.
Even the carpet? Sorry. I think I'll pass.
Hey, Sholmes, can I figure out if the carpets match the drapes, please?
Perhaps for science, for science.
Please, for science.
But, Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Amateurs always hampered by such fears. I
Oh,
love giving him the little gremlin.
Oh, I never should have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say...
But of course! To earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. I
That
like to live on the
degree of
wild
red
side.
signals more than just a little danger, surely.
So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members.
So what went wrong?
The whole park was shocked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrow. What the fuck, Britishism? I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. And when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. And this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police.
Charles is like, fuck you guys, you're getting arrested right now.
Fuck you.
Oh dear, what a disaster for Hurley and those two redheads.
Ding-a-ling, a-ling-a-ling.
Aha! Here's my guest now, my latest client with money to spend. Oh, you're good. You guys are about to see me in the Great Ace Attorney too.
I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course.
Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you?
Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before rent is due.
Oh! Mrs.
Oh.
Sholmes! Oh wait, it's the lady!
Never mind, that's
it's the same
not
lady,
me.
it's the bosoms!
Yeah, it's the bitch!
Mr. Sholmes, Mr.
Yeah,
Harlock,
she's
Sholmes,
pressing
please.
globally.
Oh, please. Please find my husband. He's run away.
Damn it. To upset me.
I beg your pardon.
Never mind, a personal matter, my apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I didn't say anything.
Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course.
What's the matter, Miss Susato?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently.
Yes, now that you come to
Huh.
mention it.
Interesting, I think... Oh!
Oh! I didn't know she was a Pokemon. Oh,
Evie
she's not in
Vigil.
here yet, damn it.
Evening Vigil.
Ugh. I mean, sure.
As I explained
Huh.
earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure.
Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence.
I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you'll remember your words also.
If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be...
Oh, me?
What I am about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand?
Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me.
Ah, I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing.
Why did I ever get my hopes up?
Shops, you're so silly.
Hi, Mrs. Vigil. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps?
Oh my!
Shaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly, you have no ability I had a stroke, sorry. Clearly, you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Oh, I knew I recognized her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand, oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
Oh yeah, she was the one who likes like romance and drama. Good for her.
Yeah.
I didn't quite recognize her, but because she's acting so differently now. I mean, not that differently.
It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean.
Pardon?
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't
Read
worry if you
escape.
can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more.
Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. Also, hi, Shiori! Hello, hello!
Shiori! Oh, I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner.
Yes. Anyway, Mr. Vigil.
Anyway, I will continue to talk. Tell us about your husband, madam.
Mr. Vigil, my daily.
Oh, wait,
Daily
evening vigil,
vigil.
daily vigil?
Yeah,
There we go.
Day vigil, evening vigil, I will kill them.
My daily is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here.
What's with this, like, this game and women
What?
having husbands who look like little dudes?
The bride and the ugly ass groom.
Mhm.
An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married?
It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably.
As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things.
Oh gosh!
Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other.
Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a warder at the prison.
A guard? That is somewhat unusual.
So, your husband is a prison warder.
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Indeed. I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out.
Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments?
Interesting.
And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated much more handsomely than the underwaters. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors.
Yes. I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Yes, please tell me what prison.
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes.
Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court? That's unbelievable.
Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet, undeniable. I can hear your thoughts too.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes. I'm afraid you've lost me.
Ah, pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. A private matter.
This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Alright.
So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry. Yesterday?
That really is recent. Laughably so.
The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, But this is different! For him not to make any contact for a whole day! That has certainly never happened before! Oh, my dear Daily, what ever could have happened?
My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Why, naturally! But sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas, as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. No! Incorrect. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Because rent is due.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
Yes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve...
All good? Royal? Hello? Yellow?
Oh.
Hi, you're back.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and they're gone. All right. Hello, you're back.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened.
Okay, hi.
I was talking, but I guess it didn't pick up for whatever reason.
Like, I saw, like,
Anyway.
your icon wasn't, like, flashing green in the Discord, so it was really weird.
Weird. Well, I return. A chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only but to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it.
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention.
You seek only to put this suite's rent on your landlady's purse. That is all there is to it.
Teehee. Perhaps. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure.
He's dead.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. And if it's bad news, you'll hear from me in a week.
Hmm?
If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession.
The photograph of Mr. Vigil has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, Ella Woods. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. Woman.
Woman.
You know, I think it's every time, Hurley. But how do you come up with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Don't look at me with those pleading eyes.
he's fucking looking at Naruhodo like, oh. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case?
Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually.
Excellent. And what did you make of it?
Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean.
Ah, so you noted that.
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. snap back into that voice.
Barclay Prison was where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor.
And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem.
It's all very peculiar.
And not just any warder, the chief warder who is in charge of capital punishment. With a case that we just learned that the capital punishment of someone's father was not carried out. Interesting! Anyway. Indeed, but nothing you can handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison's governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried.
But aren't you going to go yourself?
Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair! I look stupid.
But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair?
That was quite a different matter. I went there of my own accord. I would not be going there with this hair of my own accord. Therefore, I will be spending my time trying to get it out. So, I will leave it in your capable hands. If you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy trying to figure out how to reverse this chemical reaction.
Bye, woman.
Goodbye, a woman.
Of course you are. Alright, to the prison.
Woo! Woo! New characters!
Woo!
Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower.
Ooh, in the watchtower. Okay, hold on.
Oh.
This place fucking owns, actually. This place owns.
Not the fucking guillotine clock.
Hello,
Whoa.
handsome. Roy Wildfire, would you like?
This place is full of hardened criminals. Yeah, I had a.
I think they're Irish.
I remember the last. Yeah, I immediately I was going with default British, and then I saw Kane. I was like, immediately changing. This place is full of hardened criminals. I can't remember the last time a civilian was down here. He's Scottish. And you don't want to talk to an inmate, but to me.
When was the last time you did like an Irish Scottish accent? Was it like begilded? Also, holy shit, man.
Oh my god. You know, Ken, who I am? I'm the governor. Barry Caden,
Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Rinosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer.
As an Easterner, I see. Does that mean?
Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan.
Japan? Did you say Japan?
Yes?
Well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh?
I didn't notice another prison next door, sir.
Anyway, we came here to ask you some questions about...
I didn't like to be so direct, but I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners.
New
Oh no,
racist
he's
unlocked.
racist!
Also, like...
New racist!
No, I'm just gonna say it. He has a very nice back portrait.
Now, get out of my hair.
Eldritch says, God damn his back muscles. Yeah, I knew you would say something like that, Eldritch. But also I did too.
So as soon as he finds out we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case.
You think so too?
10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison.
I might have known. You're sniffing around about this case, aren't ya? Your agents, eh? Part of the professor's great wave, no doubt.
No, not at all. We're just...
Get going with ya before I punch your lights out.
We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that we're not Asian. I mean that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Kaiden! What are you thinking, Miss Susato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same
Back to
feeling.
the hotel.
Yeah. Sorry, it's
Don't
just
fucking
like
talk to me.
it's just there's ab definition. I have to point it out every time.
Don't.
Anyway. Oh, look, he's here.
Oh,
Oh, it's
he read the paper.
he be a father.
That's Professor Mikatoba over there.
Ah, hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked.
But where's Judge Jigoku?
Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs.
Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison.
Oh, Governor Caden, you mean?
So it is the same
I'm
man.
trying to figure out if it's pronounced Caden or Kaiden.
I
I
think
assume Caden, considering he's
Because it's like it's
like
very
Irish,
like Irish,
Scottish.
whatever.
He's
Scottish.
Scottish.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah. Okay.
Barry Caden. Is it like barricade? Barry Caden?
Oh yeah, barricading. Yeah, that's his name. That's
it's
how that's pronounced.
barricading. That's the one. Okay. Alright,
I
alright.
hate him.
Father, we must speak
I
with the
hate everything.
governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners.
Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story.
Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have time now.
Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment.
Never
I'm
interrupt the
reading
father
paper.
reading the newspaper. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable
Never.
settee?
Satire.
Settee?
I don't know. Now, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know.
Oh,
You thinking out loud again.
sorry, I didn't say that out loud, did I? Or at least I thought it very loudly. You Mikatobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts.
Not Ryunosuke's like just fourth wall breaking and being like, yeah, you guys just kind of like know what I'm thinking, huh?
Or could it be you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts?
Let's not fall out now. I have an idea.
Ashika. What's he writing on that piece of paper?
Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully, when he sees my name, he'll change his tune.
Ah, thank you. The letter of introduction
Susato girl, you could have just said your last name.
has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, Elle Woods. Good luck, then.
Thanks, Dad. Bye.
You're welcome.
That was a fairly straightforward fetch quest. Thank you for remembering, by the way, that it was him who mentioned it, because I did not remember.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got you, bestie.
Yeah. If you
Look at this.
if you cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden,
What's this, then? You can't pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Scottish silence. Mikotoba. That young jock from the forensics laboratory. That's Mikotoba.
Yes, exactly him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikatoba's daughter, Susato.
Jings! You're the young man's daughter! And you didn't think to mention that before?
I do apologize.
Aye, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And do not forget to try one of these wee handcuffed biscuits.
Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing.
I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
So then, what can I do for you, hen?
Well, we're currently investigating a case.
It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Listen,
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
Scottish silence. I've nae heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh!
But how can that be?
It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Eh? Vigil? I need to channel my inner David Tennant.
That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now.
Scottish silence.
Clearly that means something to him.
Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
Yay! We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder.
Sorry, did you say was?
Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job.
Oh my! When was this exactly?
There's a question. When was it about? Can't they have been much less than?
I love a man who cleans up after himself, I gotta say. He's kind of serving.
Hold on, let me see
The smooth animation,
Full
yeah.
animation.
10 years ago now.
What? 10
Huh.
years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago?
Aye, as I mind it. Do you ken? Okay, I haven't heard the fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing though.
But Mrs. Vigil made
Scotticisms.
no mention of it.
I think perhaps Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here.
Governor Kaiden, can you please tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it?
Yes, I believe it may be.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't help but wondering, given that it was 10 years ago,
Ah!
which was exactly when the professor was being held at the prison. 10 years ago. Also, that bird. We have to inspect that
10
bird.
years ago.
So Mr. Vigil
Real.
actually
It
resigned.
looks like fucking Cramorant.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the face is uncanny.
He actually resigned from the position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job?
Scottish silence. In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed?
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry? A walk? Like the way John Lennon walked in that one photo?
Aye, that's our word for it, dear. A walk to the gallows.
Oh yeah, because the professor, technically the death wasn't, you know, it wasn't successful. An execution.
Mm-hmm. It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on the last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but can I reveal that information? But I can tell you that it's a very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post.
But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't ken no... Scotticisms!
Yeah.
I wouldn't care anything... Wouldn't ken anything about that, I'm afraid. God!
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
And what would that be in?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it, by any chance, the professor's?
My thoughts exactly.
Scottish silence. I'm sorry. I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that.
I see.
Which means yes.
Time to wait until court when he's
Truly.
a witness, and then he has to spill the beans there.
My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. Are you part of the polycule by chance?
The dead room, the prison, the cemetery, and the polycule have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you ken?
Yes,
You can-
I can imagine. Oh, I think it's short for "Do you reckon?" I can imagine.
Oh, yeah.
The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Your father worked in a laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today.
Saint Sinners. That's come up before, I'm sure.
Yes, that's right. We've been there.
Nikitoba and I have to use to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms.
For more fresh material, I suppose.
Aye, and we used to sit in here for hours and gab on about dissection and all sorts. Oh, it takes me back. I can also hear your thoughts. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cough biscuits, of course.
How charming.
I need to try one of the cuff biscuits.
They look pretty
Scottish
good.
silence. He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid... I'd never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genshin Impact, I suppose.
I don't get the game. I don't understand it. Why would you spend all that time spending all that money just to get a one random boy with no melanin? Well,
The drop rates are very, very absurd. I don't get it.
I cannot tell you anything else. I cannot understand why the drop rates are so bad.
Thank you so much for
Atrocious.
your time, Governor.
Oh, one moment before you're away, and
Oh, hi.
I'm sure I have it here somewhere.
He just has a fucking axe on his side. Do you see that?
I did not. Ah, found it. Here, take this wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
He just like has a little like on the side of his like leg. He just has a hand axe.
What is it?
Oh, that's fucking sick. That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh my, are you sure?
Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original, mind.
Vigil's dismissal notice has been entered into the court record. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Elwoods and
Elwoods.
Governor Caden.
Well, in return,
You can sort of see it over there, like. I think.
ooh, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed.
Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being.
Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Scholes with what we found about Mr. Vigil. But before that, oh,
But first...
But what will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? So your husband's,
but
like,
first,
still
let's
missing?
take a look at this environment.
Your husband's still missing, and also he's been lying to you all these years? Look, we have an opportunity here now, while the governor is away.
Mr. Naruhado, you could be imprisoned if you were caught.
That's a good point. Perhaps not, then. Oh, so I can't touch his things?
What the fuck were you thinking?
I can't touch
doing,
any of his
Naruhodo?
things? Oh, I can't touch a single thing, not even the bird.
No!
This is crap. Damn it.
Damn it!
Maybe next time when he is here. This is too detailed of an environment that we can't, like, inspect it.
There's no way.
I would love to come back and Mr. Sholmes' hair is, like, green. We're back!
Hello, you two!
Hello, you two!
Oh! Oh my god!
Never mind.
Dean, hi! Thank you for the raid! Hello, hello! I'm here twice now, hooray!
Yo.
Hooray!
Nice! You'll love to see it.
Welcome to Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney, the second game, Chapter 4. We are investigating the disappearance of this woman's husband.
I thought you'd be back before long, so I
Who's
baked some
been lying to
scones for
her
us
for
all.
10 years.
Oh, so
10
that's
years
what...
out of the 15 years
Oh,
they've
dude,
been married.
I swear to fuck, I swear to fucking God, I swear to Jesus.
You were close!
I was legit
Greetings,
about
my
to
dear
say
fellows.
blue before I said green. Oh my god.
You knew.
I see you have
You knew
blue
in
hair
your
and
heart of
pronouns,
hearts.
Mr. Sholmes.
You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Wait a minute.
Hello,
Okay,
Mr.
here's the thing.
Sholmes?
Yeah?
If this bit continues, because there is the rule of threes,
Yes?
and if the last color of his hair is purple,
It's us. It's us. It's Roll
Well, it's
Wildfire,
you.
Sappy, and Sang. It's us.
oh shit, it is us!
What did you say purple for?
But also, bisexual.
Oh, that too. That too.
I'm taking it and rolling with it. If his next hair color is purple. Say nothing! Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
Oh my.
Pray, tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information?
Oh, yes, something very surprising, in fact, though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest.
It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that... Sholmes!
Oh, that's you. Sorry, it was the estrogen. Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important. Gina? Oh. Uh-oh. I can't... Adam and Eve in it.
Oh no, baby! What happened?
Oh, what's happened?
Did you lose the dog?
We're investigating
She
the
must have
murder
lost
of the dog.
I swear to God.
Also, Eldritch, I do appreciate you +2ing Shiori's I can't believe Sholmes has blue hair and pronouns message, but I won't pin it because I made the joke first. Nom, 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 nom.
Oh, valid. I immediately pinned it because I think it was funny.
Oh, sure, you can do that.
Dan TDM, shut up, Drax. Oh, shit, I didn't get to read that. Oops.
Oh no! There you go.
Help. Clearly, a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever.
It's the boss.
What do you mean? Inspector Gregson?
The boss is... He's dead.
Holy shit, Gregson is
What
dead?
the fuck?
I mean, no wonder we were told that this, in the next chapter, is the same trial if such a significant character is dead. What? They
What
they
the
found his
fuck?
body shot with a pistol. What?
That's her dad! No!
But Inspector Gregson, he was murdered? No, not Grexy.
Come in, my dear
Sorry,
girl.
it's just a really
Tell us the whole
serious
story.
moment, and Sholmes is there with his blue ass hair. Sorry.
Freaking blue hair. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Father mode activated for Sholmes. Oh, Gina.
Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson he was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there investigating the scene.
Where did this take place?
A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street.
The outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home. He is perhaps investigating a case, then.
The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss he was so good to me, so I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective.
No!
Oh, Ginny.
I'm so fucking sad. Who did this?
So,
We're
who
putting them in
did
the
this?
ground.
Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? Oh, sorry. I Mickey Moused for a second. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? Who do you think it is? Like the obvious not guilty person that they caught. Do you think it's a new person or someone we know?
I think, I mean, you know how we were talking about how Mr. Vigil is gonna have to be on the trial at some point? Hey,
A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? Who was the awful person who did this? I still can't believe it myself. Gina. It was the Reaper. I had it in my head that it was probably Barrick. Wait a minute! You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it? That's right! That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss! No! Lord Van Zeeks? Lord Van Zeeks?
oh, I'm sorry. I'm just thinking of the implications of this.
You know, that
Anyway.
we have to have a substitute prosecutor, is what you're saying? That, you know, someone else has to go and take the mantle? Someone who maybe was an assistant of Van Zeeks? Interesting.
Actually, I don't even know if he would be allowed to, since then again, there have been many things that should not have happened in
True.
the courtroom. So, yeah. Are you quite sure, Mr. Strahd? Barrick von Zeeks, the police have arrested?
I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard.
Oh my god, we're gonna be defending Barrick!
I don't believe it.
He's got a Japanese person again!
But there were witnesses, and they were all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently, and when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. Also, have they even talked to each other? I don't believe it either. I can read your thoughts very clearly.
Not really that I remember. I mean, I know that they're familiar with each other, but I don't know to what extent.
Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is the most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing!
British silence.
Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to scene right now. Please come over and all, as soon as you can. You gotta help!
Oh, baby girl.
It's a detective's lot to appear whenever some sinister plot has unfolded. Bars. Little wonder we all look haggard.
I should write that down.
I really should. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves.
Mr. Sholmes.
What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson.
Oh, Sholmes.
Miss Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations.
Of course, yes, we will too.
It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then.
Actually, Shiori makes a good point.
Oh,
I think in the mainstream Ace Attorney games, there is a point where, you know, like, it's Phoenix Wright, the main lawyer, and Miles Edgeworth, his gay-ass rival, as the prosecutor. There is a trial in which Miles Edgeworth is accused of shooting someone, and you have to defend him in court. So this, I wonder if this is like a reference to that, in a way.
yeah, probably.
Inspector Gregson dead, and Lord Van Zeek's arrested. Bruno! Susie!
I'm so scared.
I've called you a handsome! It's waiting outside! His... He's a very handsome young lad, I called him!
Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mrs. Otto?
Yes!
Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna go piss.
Go
before
piss!
we move on to the next location.
Alright. While you do that, I'm going to eat ravioli. Oh my god! Men will literally be crossing their legs and wonder why we think that they are on the sexuality spectrum. Hello? Sorry. It's just there's something about a man who wears like skin tight legs with these cunty ass boots. I'm sorry. It's like, I can't. There is, because I played through that case. Yeah. That was the one where so I played a little bit of the original Ace Attorney games. I believe that case is when like Miles Edgeworth is on like the boat or something and he's talking with someone and he has a gun in his hand and it's like, "Oh my god, the man was shot." But turns out he didn't shoot the man. The man was shot by something else, like, or whatever. But yes. I was wondering if that was perhaps a reference, like specifically with the death being a shooting and all. But yeah, ravioli. Look, ravioli. Fuck yeah, dude. Everyone, take this break to drink some water or go piss. I love ravioli. Bro, ravioli is so freaking good. There's something about pasta with things in it, which just like, damn, they kind of cooked with this one. I had poutine and water. I'm glad you added the water part. That means you were very healthy.
Not him sitting behind bars. Reading a little book. Goofy ass.
Mm-hmm. There he is. Lord Van Zeek's behind bars.
Damn.
And this is gonna be me talking to myself, so buckle up, Royal.
Oh yeah. Have fun.
So it's true. He really was arrested.
He's sitting with his back to the
I'm
wall,
ready to play sound effects when
reading
needed.
something. I don't think he's noticed us with his legs crossed. Hello? Lord Van Zeeks. Fancy meeting you here. Do you come here often? In jail. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. Damn, bars! And not just the bars
Oh
that you're
my God.
behind. Sorry. I couldn't very well not come. That was very poor taste. We heard what happened, that Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But...
This has at least a little to do with us.
Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigation, please!
There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know, as it happens. Albert, oh, gay people! Of course.
They're writing letters.
I keep
to
forgetting they
each
went to the
other.
same university and historians would say they were friends.
Mhm.
And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never minces his words, but they seem to have been less bite than usual somehow.
He's defeated. Poor buddy.
What happened, buddy?
Oh.
Can you at least tell us your side of the
The
story,
letter
Lord Van
is
Zeeks?
also-
What happened? How much do you already know?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street.
And that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested.
We were told that there was nobody else in the room, and that some witnesses heard the gunshot.
Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot! Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise. However, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened.
If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that.
Oh, the polycule,
You
of
kinda
course!
do, buddy.
After all, you're not representing me. He's gonna need a lawyer,
Oh,
though.
bitch, just you wait.
Your defense, sire. Who is
Then
going
who
to be
is?
representing you in court, Lord Van Zeeks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Huh.
Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Surely not!
I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? Way to have it open-ended like that, Renosuke. That's really nice. It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? I love it when he clutches his heart
That
like
he
that.
won't
He's such a theater
have
kid.
one. The thing is, I don't even think he's clutching his heart necessarily.
It's his badge?
Because that's where the cross is, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
After the trial, Professor Harebrained was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nepalese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yeah, technically, Sozeki and Gina are the two ones who survived and were innocent, basically.
Yeah. I'm doing fine!
He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo.
So Professor Harebrained is safely back in Germany now.
He is.
Yay!
So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zeeks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you?
Yes.
I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people, so I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. What?
Okay, Edgelord.
Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you, Nipponese. But please!
Girl, set your racism aside for a second.
I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. He probably has some edgy reason why he's turning people away. Some edgy, like, oh, I'm protecting you reason. I appreciate if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time.
Well, don't worry. I'm sure we'll be back here at least twice when we inevitably get stuck by the game and we have no idea what to do.
Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out a little more about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. I can't show you my badge!
Converse option grayed out. I do not wish to speak to you.
Oh my god. For some reason, like, that was like a Blair Witch jump scare. The seeing the man right in the center of the screen.
Whoa,
Jesus.
hold. Important thing I saw in the background.
This really is out of the way part of
Interesting.
London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then.
Oh, Gregson.
So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life.
Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere? Oi! What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers is gotta be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above this ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone over a house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. I like it when they do a slow spin. Rotation.
Oh, so you turn up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself.
Hello again, Gina.
Sholmes has only just left. Lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking at all of us and that and just scabbered.
Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? I was expecting him to do a dance of deduction, but
Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one. Not even me.
Gina, would you mind if we investigated too?
Listen, Otto, you're a lawyer, right? Yes. Why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Oh, poor Gina. She's never gonna forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Dix really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right. Go on then, Otto. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina.
Alright. Let's examine before we converse, actually. Fireplace.
Many things immediately stuck out to me.
An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it? It's thick with dust. Look! I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely.
No, that's right. It's one or the other. Alright.
Goofy.
Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one Inspector Greggson's family members. Ah.
What's the matter?
Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are! Look! Mr. Naruto, quickly!
Mrs. Vigil.
Why does I feel like this woman is familiar somehow?
Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. Oh, it's Mrs. Vigil. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here?
I wonder if her missing husband has anything to do with this. To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped.
I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either.
The framed photograph has been entered into the court record. Alright. We can investigate that in addition later, but let's keep poking around.
This looks like some sort of notice board or something.
And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper.
Oh, Mr. Naruto, look!
This you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it?
And those are case notes here, and details of prison inmates.
Yes, in fact, they're all the sorts of documents only a detective would normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room?
Some old newspaper cuttings, and this one here.
Oh yes, the advertisement you mean. To the red-headed lead. But why? What's that doing here?
Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in that for some reason.
You got anything to say, policeman? Excuse me.
Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir.
Oh, poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. He's like, oh, Inspector, sir.
Inspector, oh, sir.
Excuse me.
Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir.
Right. Perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then.
This crime scene is salty now.
Are you Sholmes? Because Sholmes has a tendency to be the cunty one. So, excuse me.
If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard.
I've interrupted some deep thoughts there.
They're suffering.
Alright. Candle.
What the fuck?
The top of one of these candle on the candle holder has been completely blown off.
Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind, look!
As opposed if a bullet had hit it.
It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body.
Ugh, now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. The candelabrum has been entered into the court record.
Thank you.
What the fuck is that? Is that a fucking wig?
Rat's nest on the ground. Yeah.
Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing.
Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! A bright red hairpiece!
And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it?
And in such flame-colored red, too!
Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it?
Exactly! This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it!
The red hairpiece has been entered in the court record. Alright, what is this little guy?
What's this little guy?
Little
What's this little creature?
Oh, what is this? Oh my god, the nose! Oh, it makes me think of Gregson.
It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way.
Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Dyck's playing with something like this.
He has like a chessboard and like stuff in his room. It's not that far off.
Yeah, he's got the giant replica.
Yeah, he's got like a replica. He plays. He's like one of those like
exhibition.
the military version of like men who have like train figures in their basement. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case.
Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all. No way.
The policeman figurine has been entered in the card. Alright, let's inspect the gun.
The gun.
This is presumably the murder weapon, then.
Oh my, it is real, I suppose.
I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan. I really know very little about them. Remember when Shinzo Abe was killed by a thingamabob that someone made? Good times.
Oh.
There's one way to know for sure, Miss Naruhodo. Fire a shot!
No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. The killer's revolver has been entered into the court record. Alright, I think the body is the last thing?
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought this was like the head, and for some reason, Gregson was wearing like a cat fursuit. So I thought it was like these are the cat ears, you know? Sorry.
So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The rope is laid around the...
Oh, it's a rope. I actually didn't notice that.
Oh yeah, it is.
To show exactly how it was
shit.
found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away.
And would probably be under Dr. Scythe's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week.
From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball.
Fetal position. Oh, buddy.
Are you feeling alright, Miss Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it.
He was on his period.
Oh, I do understand.
That meme where it's like, yes, I know about periods, I used to have them too.
You did? Mr. Gregson, Inspector Gregson is pregnant!
Yeah, but don't tell anyone about it, alright, sunshine?
Oh, rest in peace.
Oh, I can't do the
No, you can't do the voice anymore! No!
Fucked up and evil. This man better not be dead somehow. He better have pulled a Kazuma somehow, I swear to God!
In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality.
Suzata's song is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am.
The thing is, given the positioning of the bloodstain, he was perhaps shot, like, in the stomach. So,
somebody is
perhaps not dead? Maybe just unconscious, like Kazuma was.
I love the copium that's happening right now. You know, like, maybe he could be not dead. Like, we didn't see the body or anything.
Maybe! Yeah!
Someone's very haphazardly nailed these boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't really call it a window anymore.
Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room...
Suzeki reference! Anyway.
That was totally blocked up with bricks. It was bricked up, you could say. This one does at least still let in some light.
You could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Looking at this poor excuse of a window, man, still not as bad as what Mr. Natsume had. Everything makes me think of him. I think that's it for the inspection. These planks are very like drawn, but I can't inspect them. So
they don't. Are they planks? Or what are they?
They look like. I think they're door window like hinges, maybe, because they have a hinge on them. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
Alright.
Whatever they are, they're weird, and I don't like them.
Yeah. Anyway, let's inspect the evidence.
Let's look at our shit. We have so much shit.
This is Daily Vigil's relief of his post for violating clause 132. Alright.
32.
Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict blank just prior to— Oh! Interesting!
Genshin Asogi.
So he might actually have been the reason why that execution failed.
Still being investigated for cooperation and inquiries will be expected. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. If the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance.
Remember when someone said that, oh, there were some people who sympathized with the murderer?
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Look at this photograph.
Look at this photograph.
She's beautiful. Look at her. She's beautiful. She's gorgeous. She's never looked better. Oh, to be past her prime. To be past her prime is such a shame. Sorry, that's very silly.
I don't know how important the detail is that she has different,
clothing? Or
not necessarily clothing. I think her clothing is the exact same, but different jewelry.
Yeah,
and also she doesn't have a hat.
That's true.
The thing around her neck is different.
I think so too. Okay. Candle. Hello, candle.
Hello.
Ah, there are some black marks here, look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them.
I wonder, where's the other half of the candle then? And also, why?
They say that there was wax all over the wall, so it may have just exploded.
I don't think so.
Okay, that's fine. It's just so early on that I'm not willing to be suspicious of too many things because my brain can only handle so much.
I'm willing to be suspicious of everything.
Wig
not worry.
snatch.
I will be suspicious for you. Oh shit.
I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like.
That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. You are a freak. You always want to see what lies underneath, don't you?
I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place of your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean.
That might be a little inconvenient when you want to take it off again, don't you think?
But yeah, nothing sticks out.
There's no, cause there's
nothing at all.
Like, no tag?
No?
Cause there's kind of a tag over there. Oh wait, never mind. That's just the asset. That's just the hooks for it. Never mind.
Yeah. Policeman!
Little guy!
Hello, policeman.
Hi, little buddy!
The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear.
I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if someone has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun.
Shall we try twisting it around and around for fun?
I believe you should!
What the fuck? Ah! What's that?
It appears to be some sort of key.
Oh, I thought it was like a knife. But it's tiny though, it couldn't be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? I am quite familiar with the idea of twisting the head to make the shaft appear. Sorry. Anyway, between the legs too.
Seg-segled.
This looks like some sort of key.
Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for?
Interesting. I suppose that's it. I actually didn't think that that would amount to a lot, but that's interesting. Gun!
Yeah, I had... As soon as, like, oh, it's been heavily manhandled. It's like, okay, so if you twist the... It's either if you twist the head off, there's something in it, or if you twist the head, something comes out of it. I was like,
I suppose this must have been the murder weapon.
Oh my, it's real, I suppose.
I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan. We have to keep emphasizing this. It would have never been... this would never happen in Japan.
Guns are rare!
I would know little about them. Perhaps someone more familiar with firearms. Actually...
Thank you, Drax, for the screenshot of that. The bit in stream chat.
What bit exactly? Hold on, I'm going to stream chat right now. My computer is very slow. Oh, thank you for screen. Yay! Yay!
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember who had guns lining the wall of his office?
That's true. What would I do without you? Literally. All right, let's talk to Gina though. We haven't talked to her.
Hi, Gina. Girl, how you doing?
She recovered well. What was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place?
That's what I want to know. It's what, after years since I got out of the clink. That's when I decided to give up my diving and become a detective instead.
Oh yeah, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then, but it turns out he's a bit of a legend at the yard.
Damn straight!
Goodness, really? I can still hear his voice and everything. They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that.
He did?
Yep. And ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently.
That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this?
I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look at where that landed him.
Respect for the Reaper? In what way?
I heard him say as much. I'd take my hat off at that fella.
I'll take my hat off at that fella. Were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper.
Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke.
I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard.
He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that.
Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here?
Apparently it's being written about by some cove called Hugh Boone.
Hugh Boone?
Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. Huge Boone?
Hugh Boone?
It's sort of a here today, gone tomorrow name, that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him.
I see. Well, judging from appearances, I have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time. If ever.
Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation, but there's so little air, no one knew what to do with themselves.
So that's why they're all crying over
So
the
now
inspector.
they're just crying.
I do wonder.
Yes, Mr. Sato?
Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself?
What? How could that be?
Oh my god. Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his.
I never even considered that.
Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves.
You are?
If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that into it.
We should really investigate this place in detail. Looks like we already have, actually.
We did.
I see that's where the poor inspector was found. Over there.
Body.
Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tray on the wall.
Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely.
Oh, you were correct.
And the gun used there is on the floor. Is the Reaper's in it? No denying that.
What? Really?
How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. Stop looking at me with them big old eyes.
Stop looking at me with them big old eyes.
I'm only saying what I heard. I don't know about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him?
A bigwig lawman, is it?
Anyway, Fresno Street runs along that window there. There was some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anyone outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We'll talk about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'd be getting a grilling.
Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves?
I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for and you'll be ended up for a grilling and all.
So we can't interview the witnesses then.
A shame.
Alright. Is there a way we can present anything?
The key!
The key? Yeah, let's work the key.
Yeah.
Gina, what do you make of this?
Oh.
What is that? Evidence? Work something out about what happened, have you?
No, not exactly.
I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deduction business yet, but I swear I'm gonna get the person what did this to the boss.
Alright. So
Well,
that's not it. I don't think Gina can tell us much.
None of that. Yeah.
Well, let's follow your line of thinking. Oh,
Hey, buddy. Oh, no one is here.
yeah, I think he's gone. That's why when we inspected the background, it said you can't inspect it while he's gone.
Yeah.
So, let's see...
Interesting how we can't inspect this place while he's gone, but we can inspect Dr. Scythe's office when she's not there.
I knew it. I knew something would be happening here.
Where did we go? Oh, hey. I figured it out. You've made good time.
I
Took
think
an
that's you.
express train back to London.
I think that's you. I think that's Kazuma. I can hear Lord Strongheart.
Oh.
Can you?
Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone.
There we go.
It's my boyfriend!
Anyway.
Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork.
It's Kazuma-sama!
I did a little studying of his speaking to try to actually match it.
Oh, that's sweet.
Now he's been gentrified. Ah, your timing is impeccable.
It is?
No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry.
Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zeeks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson.
Well, I mean, he did recently have his right-hand woman be accused and convicted of murder, so I think
Yeah.
he's willing to believe anything at this point. I believe only in the facts. The Carfax, as it will. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zeeks for this crime. You must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh no, surely not!
It is a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. Well, considering that this is going to span over 2 chapters, I don't
Swift
think
is
so.
a very generous statement, sir. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow?
Precisely. Unless this all happens in the span of a day. Which I doubt. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions.
Our new prosecutor! Hi, sexy! Hi! Hi, Kazuma! I think I am Ryunosuke,
Gentrified
actually.
Japanese silence. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution.
Wait, what? Kazuma?
You cut out for me for that. That's so fucking funny.
Was it like, wait, what?
Yeah. Oh. As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor?
You're going to be going up against the motherfucker who actually has a degree in law. He's just standing
Him
back
standing there is like the caption meme, like, we are going to beat you to death.
We are going to beat you to death. Prosecutor Asogi has a nice ring to it. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds.
There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now the Reaper himself must stand on the dock.
Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
But Lord Van Zieg's family denies any
Involved. Yeah, why did you just like? It's really funny
just
because
still
the
there.
visual novel format means that like whoever is talking is like facing us, so it kind of just like it looks really weird. It's like people are taking turns walking in front of Ryunosuke while Kazuma is standing in place in the background. Like, what are you guys doing?
What's happening? Why are you doing this?
and there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent.
That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now.
Ah,
No. Tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. I always do a little lean back.
I hear it. I can hear it in the presentation. It's very nice.
so Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow,
I hear you talking shit about me. That's right.
but he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
I changed. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles.
I mean, isn't studying to be a prosecutor and a defense attorney like different skills though?
I think so. Oh. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Cosmo will be razor sharp as a prosecutor.
It's just gonna be the I know that look on your face. That's the look on your face that you give when you have no idea what the fuck is happening.
Oh my
I've
god,
got
it's
you.
it's like having Suzato as a prosecutor, but worse.
But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. there are surely many other characters that you can turn into 3D models in Great Britain.
It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to this trial.
You asked for this? But why?
It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation.
I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
I haven't voiced you in so long, Kazuma. I missed it. Even though now I have to be slightly British about it, because now you've been gentrified! You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba.
I mean, when Kazuma spoke in the cutscenes, he still has a very strong Japanese accent. Compared to Susato and Naruhodo, I think.
Yeah, who are very British. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way.
Ah.
After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the empire.
That will never happen again in history. A
In
great
more ways
prosecutor being tried in court? Definitely not.
The pride of our country, in more ways than one.
Happy
I
pride.
know he's a little fruity. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks.
So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution?
Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months.
Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me. You're so mean to me. This is gonna end well, my friend. Why he mean me?
I thought you liked it when I was mean. Anyway.
Well, oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of the Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know, and you are pretty tall.
That's right, Ms. Naruhodo. Be direct.
Good job, character arc! It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim.
No, Gregson has his gun on his person.
What about Lord Van Zeeks?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
Oh, what?
According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious.
But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his.
Quick, use the fingerprint thing machine
No.
that Chomps made.
The skin prints! The skin prints!
Yeah.
No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks.
He so
Alright.
conveniently lost his gun.
So he doesn't know anything about the gun, but I'm gonna try to present it anyway, just in case.
What about
Can I show you this, Lord Strongheart?
I'm Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence.
Oh, okay.
Especially when the evidence in question is so dull.
Me, when I get a gun pointed to my head, this is quite dull. I can't really say anything about it. Ah, that's the real
yes.
reason.
After all, it's not a sharp object. It's not like a dagger.
Anyway, hi Kazuma, hi Betsy.
Hey, buddy.
Also, I noticed he has the
I'm
same
sorry.
cross symbol. The lapels.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now.
Has your memory completely returned? Do you remember us?
Yes, completely. I remember everything.
Oh, the Kazuma's theme is playing right now. It's the very Japanese, like.
Ah! Oh! Including what I was coming here to do.
Right.
Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia?
It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London.
I can still hear that voice. Gay, gay, homosexual, gay.
Homosexual, gay.
I'm so sorry for what's happened.
Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before. My
Huh?
accent.
What do you mean?
I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. But
It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart.
remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. Oh, it sure will. There's much you could learn from the public gallery.
Thanks,
Woman.
bestie. Sorry to have taken up so much of your
You're welcome.
time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Oh!
Hold it! Before you go, Ryunosuke,
A kiss for good luck?
I just wanted to thank you.
Kazuma-sama, what?
You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead.
Holy shit, we got two bots at the same time. Friendly gamble and utter routing.
What the fuck? Kill. Kill.
Kill. I can't.
Oh, likely ban evader.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's interesting, but I can't help but point out. I will point out this just once and not for the future unless I forget. But the way that the crease in the outfit here is just like it's pointing down just
I
so
knew it.
perfectly to the pecs, and there's the shadow here that emphasizes the fact that there is definition in the abs. Anyway. Sorry, did you read that?
What?
I was so
didn't even get to read what he
distracted.
said.
I was so distracted, I was like, he needs to get off my screen right now.
You were too busy thirsting. You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my steed. Stead? Stead. Yep. And he is bad at saying words. And you carried out my role to perfection.
That is canonically true. He did stumble and
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, that was a good little like, scene. I remember that.
That was so fucking funny.
I hope we have some for this game too.
Seashells. Damn it.
Damn it. Oh.
You were always intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you.
Yes. But I had another purpose for coming here.
Oh!
Take revenge on my dad. I actually have a favor to ask.
Which is?
Favor, in fact. This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As the defense counsel.
This is some gay ass shit. Oh my god. Why? What's this all
Real.
about?
I know you have what it takes.
But Lord Van Dix would never put his fate in my hands.
On the contrary, he recognizes your talent.
He does?
It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Look at this photograph.
He's
Oh, also, Gregson, they all look so cute.
He's I can't over his smiling.
He looks like such a,
He's
an awkward 20-year-old.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. This motherfucker does not know how to smile in pictures. Me too, brother.
Oh. Also, can we just say, like, his current outfit resembles his brother's outfit with the badge right here and all that?
Yeah. I would not be surprised if the outfit that he wears is actually his brother's outfit. Because
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can remember what he looks like.
That's Lord Van Zeeks and Inspector Gregson. In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person?
Who looks oddly like Van Zeeks. I wonder. It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office.
In Gregson's office, you mean?
Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it.
Gregson's photograph has been entered into the court record. Oh,
Thank you, Elle Woods.
I don't understand. Why are you giving me this?
Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over.
What are you doing, Kazuma?
Thank you, game, for telling us where to go.
There's, like, just the most wistful, like,
What are you doing, Kazuma? Oh.
Kazuma?
Goodbye.
Oh. Off we go!
I guess, yeah, to prison.
To the
If there's an order for this. Safi says, I wish there was a version of the Sangled Stare emote looking the opposite way, away from you all. I wish, you know that meme where it's like the dog that is like, it's all pupils looking one way, and then the pupils look to the side and there's like a hint of white? I wish there was that, but for the Kirby
The whale
emote.
eye.
Yeah. Oh, if only.
Lord Van Zeek's
And I
still
will
reading
take
that
the time
letter.
to drink.
Gay, gay.
Since this is just gonna be you talking to yourself.
Homosexual gay. We've been gone quite some time, though.
Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can.
Or he's just reading it many times.
I was intending to ignore you entirely, but I
I
can't
have
turn
to
a
earn
deaf
actually you.
I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry, I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This is nothing to do with you. In other words, no.
We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is.
It's gonna be Kazuma Asogi.
Asogi? That made the color drain from his face.
Oh, brother.
Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Let's talk again!
We will check.
10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecution at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi.
Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father.
So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. Do you think Lord Strongheart did that? He was like, tee-hee, he doesn't know. Tee-hee. It's what he does. No.
Pepe laugh, he doesn't know.
He doesn't. Chat, he doesn't know. Chat, he doesn't know.
Chat, he doesn't know. Does he know?
Like he's doing the like the arms spread out with the pigeons flying. He's like, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset.
But what could he have been hoping to achieve?
And let's not forget, it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? It's like he understands Kazuma's role in the narrative. Asogi.
Well,
that name is the very epitome
so mad.
of my bane. The bane
I'm
that
so
is you
mad.
Nipponians.
Fucking yesterday, there was I wear a knee brace because my knees are janky and weird, and somehow a bug managed to crawl up inside my knee brace and bite me.
Oh,
And it's itchy
that is-
and I'm mad.
that is a dedicated hater right there.
Truly, my biggest op.
Your hatred. Oh, if only when you fell to your knees when seeing that shirtless Starlo, you could have killed the bug that was in your knee brace.
Ah!
The
Don't
Nipponiese
mind me, I'm just gonna
Bane.
go back to stream.
Would that be Bane
Don't mind
from
me, I'm gonna go
Batman,
back
but
to
he's
stream chat
Japanese
for no
instead of...
reason.
Anyway. I've only been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called Professor, assigned to the investigation as his partner, was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost— ooh, new music! It's kind of spooky music.
shit.
It's like, ooh.
Hold on, let me
Why-
fucking
why do you-
unmute.
Why do you not want to talk about the Japanese people? Because the Japanese killed my brother, okay? Now leave me alone.
Ooh.
Thanks, Safi. It's
Good
spooky. I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the Professor case inquiry, Lord Mail Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead.
Oh shit.
Since that time, he is the one person whom I've felt indebted.
I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you?
Ah,
And of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was logical, but for so many years that hatred had festered inside me, I could no longer control it. And I can understand why. Now I know the history. But in the same way I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Sogi, I am the bane of his, the reaper who sent his father to the gallows.
He's looking for revenge. He intends to take it in court tomorrow. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month, but he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean. It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh! The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to pull that arrangement in place. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard.
Oh, Inspector Gregson's like Scotland Yard theme is playing right now.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would have never been made.
What sort of approach?
After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago?
Why is that so surprising?
Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful convictions somehow influenced the House of the Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then.
And it's even more inconceivable that you have taken his life!
I don't have confidence in anyone.
Oh.
Okay, Edgelord.
And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I have no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of them.
Oh,
What
buddy.
really went on between Lord Van Zeeks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? Your gun. Hello? About the
Hey, what's your
gun
gun?
used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah yes, that's totally not mine. Mine is somewhere else, I lost it. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. No, it's... nuh-uh. What do you expect me to say to that? Fuck you mean, nuh-uh?
What do you mean, nah?
Lord Strongheart informs us you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing and cringe as it is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then?
That I don't know.
Oh.
Brother?
I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps.
That seems very, very irresponsible for some reason. You have something in common with Lord Van Zeeks after all, Mr. Naruto. A talent for misplacing things.
No. This has nothing to do with nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese.
They're both fucking
Oh
dead.
dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it?
So it's not decisive evidence, clearly. Doesn't look good, that's for sure. Alright, time to present.
Show him that photograph.
Lord Van Zeeks, we came by this old
Photograph. Where did you get that? Oh, he doesn't have like the eye wrinkles, so he looks like a baby. He's a baby. He should be at the club. It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost.
is the man on the left there?
Yes, that's my brother, Clint.
The details of Gregson's photograph have been updated in the court record.
I wonder why that is important detail. Specifically pointing out that Clint is there. Interesting.
Yeah.
It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that when you killed him? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less.
Fun fact, Van Zeeks, people like you. Wow.
No. Well, maybe once, yes. There were a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, joviously discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I felt as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, and an insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the Stone-Cold Reaper of the Bailey. I think this scene is done. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, calling me Mister? Oh, sheesh! We using formalities now? Oh,
hey,
that's the first time you ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zeeks! From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There's only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother Clint and Genshin Asogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Let's look at it again, just in case.
That we.
Back then, I looked at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. I was free of the I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I look to the future with hope.
I swear to God, if at the end of this we see a present-day Van Zeek smile, hell yeah.
I mean, he's kind of
All worth
smiling
it.
here, like a little bit, but it's like it's a little upwards. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire in which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. Yeah, this is how you fix an edgelord!
Yeah.
Emotional vulnerability,
Yeah.
baby! I'm so sorry.
I can fix him.
You're so lonely, aren't you, Van Zeeks? Oh, you're so cold and you closed your heart out to the world. You can't trust anyone. But also, it's so lonely by yourself. Oh, if only you need someone to hold your breasts for you, King. And Safi, of course, does the stare emoji right when I was saying that. Take the weight off your anyway. I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? I do! Of course I will! Eldritch, don't stare at me too! I mean, Safi is obviously, like, bi in a more sapphic way, but Eldritch does- No, not you, Roll Wildfire! Shut up! Everyone is mean to me! Take a sippy! I'm so pleased, Miss Naruhodo! I'm not. And my life is in your hands. Your boobs look heavy, sire. Please allow me to hold them for you. But Lord, I don't know why I did that in the Van Zeek's voice. Safi says, clipping this later. No! Why would you do that?
Clip it. Clip it.
That must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, and it's so vulnerable. Oh! Which is why I simply cannot let this man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. Sangold has 2 hands. That's what the moral of this playthrough is. It depends on which handsome man is in front of me. Which handsome Sasuke, exactly. Alright. Let's actually take a short break, because I was talking a lot to myself, and I would like to take a sip.
Yeah. That was a lot of yapping. Enjoy some sipping.
But at the meantime, now that when we do trials, it's not just defense and prosecution talking to themselves, it's you and me.
Yeah!
Because you're prosecution now, yay!
I have prosecution!
The Old Bailey.
2nd of November. That's when I will actually be able to be back for Saturday streams.
Hell yeah.
Presumably.
There's that familiar old feeling again. Oh, Eldritch has a meme video that you can finally watch. Okay. We can take a slight breather. I only said like a breather, like just for like a pause, but we can watch the video. Feel free to send it whenever you have time, Eldritch. There's that old familiar feeling, the crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Oh, sorry, I have it. Alright. So, let's actually pause the game so the audio is off. Let's go to Chrome. Let's go to YouTube. Let's make sure Chrome shows the right tab.
My brother, Clint.
Alright.
Lord Van Zeeks, we came by this old photograph.
It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable.
Oh, it's like I think it's an animatic for I think a scene, like maybe like a playthrough. Okay, hold on. Let's turn that up and captions.
Believable.
Lord Van Zeeks, we came by this old photograph.
It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost.
Is the man on the left there?
Yes, that's my brother, Clint.
But who could the person on the right be?
That's my brother, Clint. But who's the man in the middle? That's my brother, Clint.
YouTube poop humor.
YouTube
But who's the
poop.
man in the cell? That's my brother.
Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. Gregson, that's my
Stupid.
That's my brother
Clint.
Clint.
Respect. Clint. That's nonsense.
I like the
We
Muppet.
heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less.
Gino Lestrade. That's my brother.
That's my brother Clint.
Naruhodo.
Oh! That's the first time he's ever used my actual name.
Yeah.
I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or the lawyers.
Me neither.
But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in.
My brother.
That's my brother.
Clint.
There are
Good
only
bit.
two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother.
My brother Clint.
And my brother.
Clint. My brother.
My brother!
He said the thing.
With all your heart, Will.
Oh
Deliver it.
my god. My brother, Clint. And Genshin Asuki.
The man he idolized, and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. And his brother, Clint.
When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me of my brother.
You mean this photograph?
This photograph
Of your brother?
of your brothers? Clint?
Clint!
Then, I protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe.
I'm so sorry.
That's a good Susanna
Yeah,
drawing.
your whole character argument, like,
Yeah,
must have
very.
been a lot more sentimental and like easy to relate to if you hated more than just Japanese people and you were rude to everybody else too. Like your general just distrust of everybody and fear of the outside world and people manipulating you would have been a lot more cathartic. Anyway, tell us about your brother, Clint.
In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me?
Of course I would. It would be an honor.
This is really
Then
good voice
my
acting.
life is in your hands. Just like my brother.
Clint.
Clint.
For Lord Van Zeeks and his brother.
And his brother, Clint.
That must have been something, which is why I simply cannot tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma and his
My old
brother.
This is a really good animatic. You can tell it's good because it's clearly from a playthrough where they were just like having fun the whole time. Oh, it's Jello Apocalypse. Oh, I see.
Oh. And my brother.
There's a comment
Clint.
that says, I had a lot of issues with Jello Apocalypse videos on the Great Ace Attorney, but the my brother Clint joke was honestly gold. Yeah. Honestly,
And my brother.
I was
Clint.
waiting so long to share that. Thank you. Thank you for that. And my brother, Clint. Alright.
My brother. Clint. Uh-oh.
Crushing pressure. Hello. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air.
He looks behind. Kazuma is here. Hello.
There is a menacing tension in the air today, isn't there? I suppose.
Yes, I think so.
Menacingly.
Hi, menacing tension. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please.
Oh my, I do apologize.
However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary.
What do you mean?
I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. No fun cast voice? What do you mean? A trial without a
evil.
A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago.
A closed court. Hi.
Oh. Good morning, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes.
He fixed his hair. I did, Shops. I got you.
I actually
buddy.
didn't notice it.
Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree.
To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. See, Rinosuke can ID me.
You did what? Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem is to another day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning.
Oh dear, how awful for you.
I'm afraid you only
My
have
hair
yourself
has gone through every single hue of the rainbow.
I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes.
And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim.
Okay. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever.
Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cations, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you.
What an honor, and that would be...
Your eye for a good lawyer, sir.
Mr. Sholmes!
After all, behind this lawyer, there is a very great mind. My own.
What are you trying to say?
I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper.
I really did believe for a moment that Sholmes would like actually had faith in Renosuke for a second, but I forgot.
Yeah,
I forgot that he's like that.
I thought we were gonna fully thought we were gonna get Sholmes actually complimenting Ryunosuke, and then nope. He's silly.
Who could this be?
Sorry to barge in.
Oh.
What?
Sorry to barge in. Was that new? Did she always have that band?
Nope. That's new.
Gina! What's that on- oh, what's that on her arm? It's a mourning band. No!
Oh,
Say it ain't so!
fuck
Father!
up!
Shouldn't you be at the symposium?
It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Odo. Oh, yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke, everyone's saying it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina. But I just don't believe that. Well, if it wasn't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him who killed the boss, then God help him. Damn. To his face? Fiery eyes indeed.
Real.
Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. He knows how it feels like to mourn! Anyway. Please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I ain't feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've gotta find who's done this and make the wretch pay.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. Stop all your crying. I
Alright.
know.
Alright then.
You have to be tough.
It's time, Miss Naruto. Lord Van Zeeks.
One who lost his brother Clint to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. Hi. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look at it straight in the eye. I don't think we really see the back of Sholmes too much, so that surprised me.
I appreciate it.
360 degree. Damn, it's quiet as fuck. You know, it was an interesting detail is that usually before the judge talks, there's like rabble, rabble, rabble. There was nothing. It was like silence.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Barrick von Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
The defense is ready, my lord.
The prosecution is more than ready. Okay, Kazuma.
Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels... But...
Oh, it's so long it feels, but I've never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. You could really see the emphasis of the pecs from this angle. Sorry.
Defendant, calm yourself. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system.
Senno Leaf says good night, which is good because isn't it like fucking almost 6 a.m. where you are? Jesus Christ, Senno. Go to bed. Bye. Thank you for coming.
Brother, go to sleep.
My brother in Christ. It is, they say to me.
That... My sibling in Christ, go the fuck to bed. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. Sleep well, guys. Good night, Eldritch. Good night, Senna.
Or technically, in your case, good morning.
We must always think about that technicality.
Yes. It's even more morning for you.
Yeah, it's like basically
6 a.m.
the day has almost begun already.
Truly. The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions to the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial, with no members of the public present.
I think this might be a first for Ace Attorney to have it. I mean, obviously, this is the first game to have a jury, I think. But I think this is the first time there's been a trial with a closed trial with no members of the public.
I think because if no members of the public means there's going to be no witnesses, then yeah. But if there are witnesses who are going to be brought in, then I think it's the same as the first trial in the first game. I'm pretty sure where Naruhodo was accused of killing the John H. Wilson, I think that was closed too.
Was that? Huh.
Then again, it was the Japanese court,
Oh,
which is
Eldritch
different
said there were some
than
closed trials.
Britain.
Okay.
Aha. I did it.
You did it.
By Her Majesty's direct orders.
How will that work, my lord?
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today.
Oh, he looks so lonely up there.
He's got no friends.
Wait, then who are the people back here? Bitch! Who are the people back
wait a
here? I thought
minute.
this was a closed
Hold
jury.
on.
Hold up. You telling me you
What
couldn't
the
even
fuck?
remove some of the background sprites for the purpose of the scene?
Bruh.
Brother.
Oh. They actually they're addressing it.
Oh.
If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Oh.
I love how we were complaining about it. Meanwhile, there is a text box on screen. It's
Yeah.
like,
Members of the judiciary.
Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already.
There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And I stand here in this courtroom now, and as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to stop outlining my arm.
You didn't
with
see
your
that!
mouth.
You didn't see that!
I can feel it. I can feel it. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain.
Only Roll Wildfire knows where my mouse was. Kazuma?
Dunk. Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please. Oh, let's fucking go. Certainly, my lord.
Oh!
The big-ass scroll, damn! The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
The Professor case, 10 years ago.
How sure are you about the time of the incident?
Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot and all have reported the same time.
Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There was a number of witnesses.
I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. Interesting how the candelabra is noted.
Mm-hmm.
It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. I'm bad at speaking. Shut up.
Juno says the gunpowder. Oh, he's serving?
Nothing happened. You heard and saw nothing. A powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel.
The autopsy report has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, L. Woods. I'm glad to have you here, even though
I'm a
this
part
is
of the
closed
judiciary.
Trial. Yeah. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively.
Bravo, Kazuma-sama. We're not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven.
Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was... Whoa.
No, it's just like there was a gunshot sound.
The revolver was fired at extremely... Oh. At extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. This is a candelabrum mounted on that wall. And the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile.
We noticed that too, didn't we?
Yes, that's right. That very important candle.
Very important. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord.
The crime scene floor pan has been entered into the court record.
Thank you, L. Woods. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented by a Mr. Hugh Boone. But
There is precious little furniture inside, and is generally in a poor state of repair.
So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other.
When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. Thank you! So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel. Naturally. The accused himself.
Lord Van Zeeks?
As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth. Dunk. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. We get to cross-examine Lord Van Zeeks.
Yay! Hi, Vesty!
Oh, it's so weird seeing
Hey,
his front-facing
buddy.
sprite, like, behind the podium.
Yeah.
It's, like, too close.
So, witness. Real. I'm sure you don't mind.
I mean...
So, witness. State your name and occupation for the court.
Barack Von Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asoki's opening preface.
I did.
It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord.
Then I'm sure the court would like the Then I'm
Who's
sure
Kurt?
the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Shut up! I'm bad at speaking. Don't make fun of me. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place.
Kazuma's smug ass
He's
smile.
so smug.
I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony then, witness.
Oh, are we gonna have the witness? Oh, no, never mind. It's gonna be after this. It's gonna be the like the cutting with the with Rinosuke's face and Kazuma's face.
Oh shit!
I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and I saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of the Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
That testimony was the whole truth.
It was.
So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse.
Ugh, I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet
have
it
shit to
turns
say
out
now.
you have a way with words, Prosecutor Sogi.
You know what they say, it's always the quiet ones.
Mm-hmm.
It would appear to be a singular tale indeed.
Hi, Radiant Roses. Hello, hello.
Singular. Hello! Welcome back! Shut up. I had turned into chat to see the punch powder, the cum powder. Shut the fuck up. I mixed, I put together caused and gunpowder and it turned into that. singular isn't the word. It's laughable.
What's gone into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all.
It's the cunt powder.
Mm-hmm.
Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Show it to me. Give it to me. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! This is how it should be. Alright. So,
Time to press everything!
yes. Also, slight word of warning. It's 11:30 where I am. I do want to head to bed soon. So I'm going to give this like maybe like 10, 20 more minutes. Just letting you know in advance.
Hold it! Yeah.
You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for?
Oh, have fun talking to yourself.
None of your business. Sorry? You heard me. I identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed.
I just took a big yawn. Ugh. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene?
No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the is that 3? It's the 5. 5 p.m. entry.
Yeah, that's the 5. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zeeks?
I was aware of the possible consequences.
So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath.
Ugh, why did I ever think I could defend this man?
It's the Ryunosuke curse. Whoever you defend is instantly bad at being defendable.
Have you ever been to the address before? No, never. I've only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered.
Investigations is a very generous word.
Yeah. It was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 3 p.m. That's a 5. Damn it. So okay, my excuse is that my computer monitor, my laptop monitor, when I look up, is like slightly fucked up. So the pixels are weird. So it looks like a weird in between of a 3 and a 5. When I look down at my art laptop monitor, that is like clear. It's clear. At 5 p.m., the sun would only have just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from the outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed that the victim was already lying on the floor.
There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure?
I'm quite sure that part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain.
Look, Mr. Naruhato!
A lamp.
That's the lamp!
There's a small desk in the room just here.
A lamp.
I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph.
A photograph.
When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate.
And what did you find?
Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. I heard the gunshot, I spun around. I'm just imagining him doing like a ballerina spin. So, do you know who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room.
But you say it was very dark in there.
Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. What are you, fucking Spider-Man? Then could it be
Maybe.
that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of question. Oh!
Oh.
Without doubt,
Still pointing.
the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Maybe from under the floorboards? This is going from bad to worse.
And you say that's the point at which you notice the revolver on the floor.
Correct, and I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my... honestly, this happens too much in video games and movies. If you hear a gunshot and you see a gun on the floor, just like, you know, even before, like, fingerprints, just like, make sure, like, you, like, step on it to make sure no one else gets it, but, like, don't hold it. Come on.
Yeah.
Presumably, then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands.
In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. Slappity, but then what on earth was the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I cannot. I, too, would dearly like to know that. So I picked the firearm, the door flew open. Who is this man? I feel like that's suspicious as fuck.
Yeah.
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume.
That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. Without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem.
The fucking Three Stooges. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. You remember the pose where he's like, oh, and he like grips his heart? That was him.
Yeah.
And they burst in.
Oh.
But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled.
A policeman patrolling the Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred.
Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. Well, is this really the last one? Damn.
Hold it!
Alright, at least we're learning stuff. What do you mean by that? In which way did the body appear? Maybe one of them was like secretly carrying the body with them and just kind of snuck in the corner. It was like, oh, the dead body! That's my theory. I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. He must have clipped through the wall of something. So you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the
back rooms.
Falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body, with the gun in my hand, of course. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea. It would be fucked up if it was a mannequin.
Objection!
Holy shit, that's a kazuma objection!
Real. Oh shit. Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barrack von Zeeks, is lying on multiple fronts.
Holy shit, the point! Also, new music is playing. It's very dramatic.
Boy.
What is that supposed to mean?
trust counsel!
I like that his wig is like tilted. He didn't even do the jump.
The defendant is lying, you say?
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark.
That's correct.
No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum.
How does that prove anything?
If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see
Wait,
it has been
spelling
blown off by
mistake!
a powerful impact.
Spelling mistake!
You examine...
Translators?
Completely
This
unplayable
is an
game.
I will be refunding it to Steam 6 months after I bought it.
Yes. Is by a powerful impact. One could say a Genshin impact.
Oh my
Sorry,
God.
we're not talking about him yet. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others.
That must be because that particular candle was extinguished while the others were still burning. Ah!
That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out.
I'm sorry, I just heard Kazuma's motif in the background music. Oh, it's so epic. It's like ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yo!
Oh, it's so epic.
The other two candles would have still been burning. So the fact is...
Oh, the slam!
The victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused claims that he couldn't see the body. Clearly contradicts those facts.
Ugh.
And now to the next lie.
There's more?
The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before.
That's the truth.
In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings.
Yes, that's right. We saw it too.
It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago.
10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar.
And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. Indeed. What is this common thread, Counsel? This is a courtroom, not a theater. Say it straight, please. They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barrick von Zeeks.
All of them?
And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good Lord!
Yeah!
Interestingly, yeah, he did the thing! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today. Because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper.
Oh. Oh no.
In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations.
The Reaper's hideout?
And yet the Reaper would claim to never have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel! Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine. By the Reaper's hand!
What? Why'd you stand like that?
Look at his gay-ass stance!
Why does he stand like...
Like,
What do you mean?
Order, order, order! Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barrack von Zeeks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered a great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Osogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts.
All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. And it's formidable.
Counsel, we will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. Oh, please. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord.
The notice board has been entered into the court record. Ooh, I hope we can, like, look into it in detail.
And thank you, Elwoods. Now, the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question.
They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember.
Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room.
Very well. Lead the witnesses in!
We didn't even cross-examine Barrack. We just pressed, and then Kazuma said, "Oh, this is my conclusion. Anyway, let's move on."
Truly, it's kind of like what Kazuma said, except a little different. This is backwards.
Yeah.
Instead of us bringing up the inconsistencies, it's him.
Yeah. Like the way that
this is so cool.
even the way the judge was like how was it something was very like, it's almost like Kazuma was the protagonist and he was presenting his evidence and was like explaining in that way.
What can I say? I just have main character energy.
Mm-hmm.
The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord.
We do get new characters to voice.
Hi,
Hello,
besties.
Little Red
Oh,
Riding
oh
Hood.
my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh, let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! We've never been winning as much as we're winning on this stream. Holy shit. I'm going to play a very specific sound right now. It's fucking him. It's fucking Beppo!
It's been a long time. Oh my god. Okay. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. I don't.
That's
like
a lot of lip.
him.
I can take care of him and the whatever that is.
Names?
Sure.
We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. We're just free and easy. Say what we like, live what we want to live.
I can give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spit a few words into a verse for them.
Ah, a rapper. Would I be right? Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street?
Heh, everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know.
Jaunty little tidbits. Do you sell hints to protagonists?
Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up to dinner it is. 6p is the price, and not a penny less.
I don't want anything up my jiddle from you.
Wait, you're trying to actually sell it to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man.
Give him the money and see what it is.
Alright,
Pay the man,
alright.
counsel.
6p it is.
You won't regret it, sir.
Everyone is
Now,
ready.
Got your listening ears on? Just between us, a young couple on Slight Street just had twins.
Dumb. Stupid.
Is that it?
I love this.
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread. But that bitch up to you in your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6p a piece it is, if you're curious.
I am curious, yes, about what's going on under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever that's poking up. Oh, I guess there is kind of a bruise there.
Oh. Shit, yeah. What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by, and what do you sell?
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, ain't it?
It's like Southern British.
I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6p a pop. What you say? Fire in the courtroom.
You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell?
Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus fireworks. Especially when I tell them if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What'd you say then, eh? Want to part with that 6p for a pop?
Wait, what? You want me to buy one?
Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom.
Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Oh my god. Pay the woman, counsel.
Alright, I'll buy one.
Lovely
This
stuff,
stupid
right
fucking
then.
bit.
There's something a little bit extra, just for you. The Venus Special, only 600 pence.
600?
It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there?
And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. The what?
What?
The Venus firecracker has been entered into the court record? Thank you, Elwoods?
Thank you, Elwoods. And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Oh, like he even has to introduce himself. Like he's literally the most popular character in Ace Attorney.
You know who he is.
I'm a thinker-me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think.
Yo, he's spitting
think.
bars.
Before I stand there on the street, we're watching the world go on about me. They call me the Observator.
Get out of it, old man.
Observator. What's...
Everyone calls you the sandwich, and you know it. I'm giving him like a little lisp.
Oh, because to explain the lip thing.
Yeah. So you don't actually sell anything.
A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no. Come to think of it. Hot.
Pity.
No more purchases today, please!
Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witness the crime.
Well, I'll be begging a shot, just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible...
Is your name actually Venus de Milo? Wait, hold on. I can't believe this. Hold on. Venus? Okay, so their names are like pseudonyms, which is why his name is Sandwich for now. He looks somewhat familiar
He looks
somehow.
somewhat familiar somehow. Stupid.
Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow, play with our eyes, is any of it real?
Bank. Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went to the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we heard a big old bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
Sus as fuck.
I ran into the room there he was. The Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death, me. So I ran off to find a copper.
If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building?
Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barrick Von Zeeks.
I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what it looks like. And just between us, folks love stories like this. I've made myself attached to some already.
Wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it.
All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot.
The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased.
And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone.
For some reason, I was going to read it as Huge Bone.
Wait.
You thinking of something?
Oh my god!
Does this have to do with another case? I feel like... Remember the second case with the buried treasure and the mobster?
Uh-huh.
Do you think
a dog collar. Huge bone.
Maybe? I don't... it's been a while. Maybe. But yeah, that dog collar was definitely like an unsolved mystery. Because Sholmes just like took it. It was like, don't think about that. And there was blood inside or whatever. That might have been the Hound, actually, now I think about it.
And yeah, Drax, I have a new theory. Well, actually, I don't have a new theory right now. I just know that the old theory I sent you has been debunked. I don't think that's correct. Well, it hasn't been debunked, but like, I don't think it is what I thought it was anymore. Now that I have more information.
Eldridge says go ahead and DM it.
The testimony of the... I don't have anything concrete like I did last time, so I don't necessarily have anything to DM, really. I need more information before I can put together a more solid theory on this. The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
No!
Thank you for your candor, my lord. Candor. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses.
Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. Okay, so, as much as I love voicing these assholes, it is midnight.
Yeah. It is. It's midnight 07.
Hell yeah. Twisted Karma in his last bow. That's a weird thing to say for the second to last trial.
Yeah.
But...
Huh.
Actually, we
Interesting.
technically know the title for the last trial because it's like available when we choose the chapters. Is it something like really really simple, like finale or something?
Yeah. I think, isn't it?
Okay, wait.
Resolve? Nope, that's the title
Resolve of like this is like so fucking ominous that it's just not. It doesn't have fancy art. It's just this.
True.
That's so fucking like
Oh, hold on.
Oh, interesting. If you look at the photo, I think that's Barrick with the cape and all.
Yeah, that's Barrick.
It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of a curious advertisement, one a commonplace killing at the edge of town. So the advertisement is gonna play a part.
Yeah, because the opening cutscene, they did talk about how two things seemed completely unrelated. A lonely body in a room and something else. I don't remember what the first one was.
If you want to, we can just play the opening again.
Oh hey, cool.
Yep, cutscene.
Whee!
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident,
Yeah, and all the
born of a
redheads.
curious advertisement.
Oh yeah, the
A
red!
hellhound's
Jesus, I didn't
mad
even see
gallop
that.
Through the shadows of a serial murder, an executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night.
Also, thank you, Therometa, for following.
And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Huh.
Interesting.
Alright. Well, that'll be it. Sang a gang asleep.
Did I get it?
Singing asleep. And I have to make sure to go to sleep relatively sooner this time than before, because I know last week we were trying to finish up the trial, so that's why it ran a bit late. But like the day of when I was going to work, I like fucking felt it, man. It was not something I should do long term.
Yeah.
So at the very least, I'm gonna try to at least not go until like 1 for these streams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were just vibing.
We were.
We had to see the Kazuma reveal. We knew it was happening.
We did.
You fool, you're not subscribed anymore.
You fool! It's okay.
You fool!
Perhaps someone who gives a gift sub to someone who is a bot may bestow one upon you. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for coming! You're so kind to say thank you for streaming. It is my pleasure. And also, Roll Wildfire, as always, thank you for making this experience so much better by being here with me.
Yay. Thank you for allowing me to enjoy the experience of this game. This is a good game. I like it.
It's good games.
It is.
Alright. Good night, Twitch. I will see you
Good morning.
Good, yeah. Good, and I'll see you next Saturday for your regularly scheduled art stream. Hopefully
I won't.
with one
I'll
less
see y'all in a week.
one less sock puppet incident this time. Have fun watching that VOD, by the way.
Yeah, I'm about to say I need to watch that VOD at some point.
Alright.
That's so silly.
Good night, everyone. Bye, Twitch. Bye.
Bye bye, Twitch.
Bye.